Okay. See, I got so much done, but this is like almost dead over here. I want to take the smart TV, but this is like everything to go. And I can fit most of that in the car, right? No, that's the empty boxes. That's pretty good. Stuff in the corner too. That's dishes, and then that's a heated blanket, so that's completely squishable. Heating pads all the way over there, which is that. But this is, and that's all clothes, and then I have one or two small suitcases left. See? But I mean, that's pretty efficient, huh? And then I could send one of these boxes, probably the littler one, because it does get expensive. This is all the books I'm taking. Let's see how it works. But those are empty boxes, but just the one with the oranges, and that's the jammers. But I might just have to get a new jammer. But I'm going to take it in to get it repaired. But I think I can get all this in the Nissan. This is a heated blanket, sorta. Yay. So that's pretty good. These are just more packing boxes. And it's a beautiful day here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's sunny. Moving right along, moving right along. Let's do another, because that's pretty good. That's what I've been doing over here. So I got all the dishes, trying to figure out what to do with the beer mugs. There's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need the tall one of those. I'm going to take the short one of those. The candles I'm going to burn before I leave. Last one being the Southern Magnolia Smoke Odor Candle. So nobody know what we did in here, which wasn't my fault. But I got all my makeup organized. So that's a good size pile compared to. These are just the dolls. Comparatively. I got this guy still over there, but empty boxes. But it's really like almost all my stuff. I'm going to check the bottom. Oh, this is like noise jamming. I got the ultrasonic jammer back. Usually I set it on white noise. That's why I have the other radio. And then these are, I have them in my feet. These are, put these in, and then you can sleep to the white noise. Old cheesy, easy listening station, I think. Let's see, I got everything in here. These clothes may die. I got that sweater's probably not going to. A little pile in the corner. But I got all the books. These guys still got to go, but I think I'm just going to squish them. And then I got one box. That's the Christmas tree. We're going to have to figure out what to do with the ceramic Christmas tree. These are empty. These are like the Anarchy security. These are empty boxes for things, my security stuff. That's empty boxes. It's a lacquer tray I'm taking. No. But I mean, just that little small. Yeah, you just stuff those in. They're like stuffed animals too. This stuff's staying because it's all from the Dollar Tree, but I can try to stuff it in. I'm sort of tired of it. What's this one? I could take that out and roll it up because, I mean, hey. I don't think it good. I want you for the U.S. Army poster. It's okay. There's no reason to throw it away. It's here. Nothing. I just tore the house. But I mean, there's nothing left. It's not underwear. We know that. You wear it on your head. Here, you can test the ultrasonic jammer. Here it is with it on. Oh, I swear. I got some sleep last night. It is not on. Well, I mean, it's pretty much, it's almost done. I just got like this much stuff in the closet. My shirts. Oops. My laundry could have ironed. And then I got that stuff in the closet. That's about it because the clothes on that side are probably getting thrown away. Some of these might, because these are like t-shirts that have just comfy t-shirts that I've worn to death. I need to buy all new of them. But I'm going to put them in a pile and buy kind of the exact same ones. Because they just work. They work so well that they're worn to death. Cozy room. I got to get up here and get all the tapestries down. This split poster's not coming with me because it's dead. But all my jewelry's rolled up. I got a little bit of jewelry here because I'm going to try to take this on long. But I don't know. I got left behind. This is like one bag full of jewelry. But okay. So okay. There's how many bags I got from like grocery store. What else is left? Nothing. I gotta take down the security cameras. That I'm taking with me because that monitor works pretty well. Some of these monitors are pretty old. I got them from like the Dollar Tree. Not Dollar Tree, Goodwill even. Okay. That's it for May 3rd, 2021. 2021. Listen to me. 2020. Okay. Oh, I think I've been electrocuted in the brain. I'm being like tased or something. He was still as much as just oh. I think he was just subdued, like I said in the last one, because I think he wore himself out on it. Let's crack brain. I mean, it's right did. This is not my normal, like, no, okay, but stop altering my head, my face. I'm getting older. Yeah, this is the last death throes in my love life as far as I don't know what the normal one. Nuclear family and stuff, which uses. Could you hear him yesterday about nuclear family love life? Paul, like, it's cracking me up there a little bit. There's kind of Barbie over there, but yeah. Hey. No, I've never seen a cat like that. I don't know. Right. You're not getting one of those. Oh, well. Okay, for Christmas, and then Nuclear and Skipper, and Skipper. Okay, let's see what it hurts, dude. It hurts. It's offensive. Maybe a little. What does my nuclear family look like over there? No, Ken's very straight. Very straight, ordinary nuclear family. We were there all day yesterday, so not this. It's free. Anyway, turn this off and stop doing it. It's just getting dry in here. If there is mold, there's really not mold, I don't think. It's not your house anymore. No, it's not. We sold it. So I get 10 more days here about. I can leave. I've just got everything like condensed. Yeah, the two smaller suitcases, I can get all my clothes and the few knickknacks that are left into custody, into the suitcase and out of that and into the car. Okay, Kyle. Trying to take for myself. Oh, buy a house. I lived in for 2 years. Oh, it's kind of cozy. Cheesy. Look at the cheesy Dollar Tree. Like, don't miss Kincaid. I think it's Walmart. Well, Walmart is Dollar Tree. I didn't know that. It's my computer. Do that. Cops are watching. I know they're watching anyway. Oh. My calendars on the Dollar Tree. You organize things. But since this guy is not stopping, I have to leave it up. Energy tea. Sweet positive energy. So, and this theanine. I'll have to look it up. Caffeine. I think it's for like your brain. Coffee. Yeah, this does different. It's like an energy drink. No, he murders my nuclear family all the time, though. I think they're on the land. They're like concentration camp victims. Poor guys. You know, they're somewhere. It says that. But yesterday, all day yesterday, could you hear him? It was just like, you're old and you're never going to have a baby or a husband all day. Fuck you, asshole. You know, Myrtle, it was like, I killed that again by stalking you. You know, this is like your last chance. I'm not sure. Hold on. Apparently that's him from Rosemary. Mary. Yeah, they might have to be divorced without any. Some people don't have children. It can happen. Yeah, those are Keanu Reeves' long-term partners' children. I remember that now. I remember that he never, none of those children were his. Oh, okay. Yeah, but Keanu Reeves has infertility issues. He sort of waited to have children, and then it turned out he had like serious infertility issues. Or you just see he was having trouble having children, and then his wife, the baby passed away, and it's a long-term partner. I mean that story. Yeah, those are all somebody else's. Those are his new wife's children. Okay. I should. I live under a rock. Okay, right now I'm actually normally like, and that shouldn't. It's just really awful. And we shouldn't let him do that shit. I'm not going to. Oh. I knew that, but I think I have one or two ratings. I know. There's tons of tea. There is gluttony of tea. Too much for the mouth. Whatever he says about eating. Appalling and disgusting. I doubt all sorts of people. I'm not sure. I have one child. Be divorced. I'm not sure. I just want to be able to sleep laying down right now, and then I'll worry about it. But yeah, okay. So, yeah. I mean, I was. No, you did this. And I don't know. You helped. I'll do that. I'm sure. All I want is not to be murdered here. No, it's none of your business. I'd like that, huh? It's romantic. Barbie and Ken do it. Straight male white Ken. Actually, probably online too. You're on the internet. A lot of people internet date. I'll try to. You got a new. A new tap filter. I love the tap filter. Like the Brita tank filter and the Brita tap filter are awesome. With the two of them together, your water's like so clean. And the tap filter's not that expensive, but as always, the cartridges are expensive. I decide whether or not to take this thing. If there's room, I'll take it because there's no reason. It has definitely taken the brand new water filters I have. Oh my God, I bought them here in October. I think you drink a lot of liquids out here. We're in Death Valley almost. Yeah. I mean, you notice it and then you don't because there's actually, there's water in Las Vegas. Most of it like man-made. It's been here for a million years. People have been here for a million years. So there's trees, and if you water stuff, apparently these trees like the sun because the sun's pretty intense. But that's a nice. But yeah, since you point out bodily functions, I'm not sure, but I think you have to pee more in Vegas. Don't do so much tea then. I've noticed that. You sort of have to keep yourself from like evaporating. Things evaporate. Like if you leave a glass out, when you come back, like if you leave a glass out for 2 days, it'll be almost gone. It evaporates. Like by maybe it's 3 days, but you like if you leave a glass of water out, it'll evaporate it. The air is trying to get moisture back. It just evaporates. It evaporates your colognes and perfumes and body sprays. You're real dry. Going somewhere there's actually rain. It rains. I mean, you notice it, but not a lot. As you can see tons of stuff grows anyway. Weeds. Well, there's water underground and it seeps out, and then stuff starts growing on top of it. It's a way to do it, huh? Yeah, the tap Brita filter. I still have it, but I need a cartridge for it. Or I think it's the Pure. The one you just screw on the tap that's not expensive. And then the tub, the water purifier tub is not that expensive either. That's a Brita. The one on the tap is Pure. Then your water is so nice, it tastes good. You drink more? Like you just drank like 2 things of Gatorade. Maybe it's just because he like stalks you in my toilet. Well, he does. He stalks you in the toilet. So when he does, he sounds stuff like that. Oh goodness, that was a lot of peeing. That's some fun. It's like way too easy to sign in this stuff. You got duty stuff to do. There's some duty stuff to do. Never ending. What? I don't know. The dog and necklace broke. Wait till we sleep in the library. What is going on? Is he messing with your eyes? The eye makeup is underneath your eyes by the end of the night. Probably. The thing's a piece of schizophrenic shit. I said he calls some guy that's a criminal to do stuff. Oh, that's a tingle to because of the animal. Oh, no. Some sewer faggot animal. Shut. Turn it off and don't ever touch anybody there. You understand that? You owe me a death sentence for doing that. All of it. All of it. Everything you've done. And all the people online that you call these filthy pigs to do alterations online need to go to prison for the rest of their lives. You're the worst online predator to ever happen. Don't tense therapy my crotch. They're just angry. It's just the fact. I don't need you doing that in America. I need you out. You don't need that. These mentally retarded men need to go in now. Well, he doesn't like the content. They would say to contact it
Tony gang raped the animal, the Starling gang rape, the worst rapist, rover and thief, and kidnapper ever born, an animal so incredibly pedophilic and low. That's a mood swing, but the filthiest men to ever gang rape, sexually abused, domestically abused, and destroyed life for all their victims for these animals to be in communities. No, that's an animal at large, an incredibly dangerous criminal. You need to unblock the phone and unblock likes on Facebook. Okay, we live in a democracy, not a gang rape, Ponietto dictatorship. The worst crawls through a window rapist to ever rape or sex offend with his friends. The filthiest man ever born, animals in a country so hideously low because you allowed our legal system to turn into this, where animals as low criminally as Tony Edo hung above the law and have committed more hideous acts of sexual abuse and crime than any animal or nation probably ever has on the same level. The worst rapist in the history of rape, everything done and said. The worst pedophile in the history of pedophilia, everything done and said. Don't alter images. He does it. It is the most disgusting man you could never imagine. He said, he calls these men, that is the dirtiest animal you have ever seen. That is correct. You have to sign out of your accounts. Otherwise, Tony Edo doesn't like that there. Tony Edo owes me a death sentence. Tony Edo has to be put, all of these men. That you would bring animals as low as what you allowed in this country, what you brought into communities. There has never been, only because men as hideously low as there's never been lower things ever done or said. And everything done and said by your people. Your people being incredibly low hood predators that get out into communities through not having the proper qualifications and are then above the law and commit hideous acts of domestic violence and sexual abuse and congregate and organize into incredibly low organized crime and incredibly serious organized crime. Your quality is so incredibly poor. If you brought the worst criminal in prison into a school system or a legal system or court or a police department or an FBI office or an elected government office or the Attorney General's office, they could not be worse than what every single thing done and said. Your men are so incredibly, hideously, criminally offending in this. No bunch of men, and you are allowing them to just run loose with absolutely no accountability to law, any law whatsoever. You have got to get the tools of offending these animals are on into custody now. It's no misunderstanding if you've been doing it with self-awareness the entire time. You owe me life in prison and a death sentence for the sexual abuse of myself for the 15 years. Every single man actively involved in it. You're incredible. I don't care if all you have to do is verify whether or not somebody stabbed someone that badly. And that's it. No, it sounds like they could out of that schizophrenic freak. That is one of the worst offenders I have ever seen. The thing, you have to take no for an answer a little bit out of Tonieto's white trash bar. You're extremely, that man has got to be the lowest man in any community where he actually lives. What they would do to that dare. What do you think of that, lady? I'm sorry, he tends my crotch because I sat down. And dare to defend anything. You are the lowest animal to ever exist. No man has ever been lower than you. When you spoke there, every single thing you've done as combatively and insanely and as criminally as possible has been some of the lowest behavior animals have ever engaged in the skin of man. Men have ever engaged in. It is not subjective. No bunch of men have technically, legally ever engaged in lower or more of it criminal behavior as much. And with different levels of consummation. But your incredible amounts and the worst sex offenders, criminals and predators, pedophiles and domestic abusers, and corruption has not topped. Because there is no topping. It's simply going to be the same monster, kind of monster, and the same corruption. You let the American legal system, and schools. It is so hideous. And anywhere else you animals have got now. You really brought predators into the school system as far as sexual abuse, domestic violence, poor quality, schizophrenia, organized crime, and thieving. You just did. There's no doubt whatsoever you did not hold accountable. You don't have any money, lady. What? Because Tonieto stole my car. Well, that's why that's really bad. To say that the Tonieto could have been hurt there. To say this screaming schizophrenic monkey so incredibly low. They're shouting at schizophrenic shooter, white trash, domestic violence, no college degree required thing. The incredible amounts of crimes committed with malice and intent by these animals. No, you're lying. You knew there were no mental health problems. You know that's not how mental health is used. The fact that this monster is still at large, that Tony gang raped absolute white trash and nenos, the monster that committed the most, and the Wake County Prosecutor's Office is still at large in communities. The man will steal anything. Also, that is a window crawling rapist. We don't have a lot of men that will crawl through a window and rape a woman or a child. Yeah. You brought that into a community. Going by in Raleigh, even. Maybe in the hoods where these animals downtown are from. That is an extremely low-class thief. The man in Carroll County, Arkansas, told him to steal that vehicle because they do stuff like that as a commonplace. People like you, your tax bracket of neighborhood come in and it's worth $15,000. It's worth $10,000 to them. Always. If they get a DUI, it's worth $8,000. So that's what they were doing. They literally just divvy up the money and keep the money for themselves. So and they obviously do stuff like that too. No, we're not in the South. There's no such thing as this. This is actually a relatively new thing that is evolved in and evolves out of anywhere. They had better standards towards the thing is just a Capitol Boulevard hood robber, which is a serious criminal, maybe in their community. They say if somebody's going to be a window crawling rapist, it's probably going to be from like the Millbrook Capitol Boulevard intersection area, or the downtown New Bern Capitol Boulevard intersection area, where a lot of these men actually literally hail from, or they're from like driving back towards the law firm that did this is apparently an insurance law firm that appears to be schizophrenic, from behind the courthouse going back towards Capitol Boulevard, which is going to be our worst part of town. If anybody's going to be, and kind of, I mean, if anybody approaches you and says they're from that area, they're going to be a dirty, disheveled man. That thing could actually engage in behaviors that are very, very foreignly criminal. You definitely can't have any police or the courts. That's a very bad criminal neighborhood area.
what in America is perfectly fine otherwise. It's okay. The problem is the individuals that are getting out there are individually capable. That's the same as here. The individuals that are getting out there are individually capable. So the problem is the damn thing is just a wife beater. And then the problem is in public sector, there is not higher authority in employment enough, and then there just isn't any. So we're extremely corrupt. Raleigh appears to be extremely corrupt. You should know more about your elected government. I've been on the phone with them, they might be dead. They're just so totally. It's technically the any employees of the American government, you get a governor's pardon if they falsified your evidence. The appeals court had to take it. The FBI has to take it. You're not allowed to falsify evidence. I don't care why you falsified the evidence, but creating evidence is illegal. You're also not allowed to alter someone else's content, images. You can report it for things, you can't alter it. I'm sorry, the outburst was the full TENS therapy at the crotch. So you tried your TENS therapy, your crotch, you looked through the mirror and screamed at him. Yep. That's a really dirty gang rapist. The thing is that where you're getting hijacked, he put it there, but I put it there too. But I agree. But I said that you're getting hijacked by the an unwashed mass reality that you can't allow to run around. There's masses of people out there, and then they've organized. That is correct. Like it was always just a ridiculous boots on the ground problem with your people. Yeah, that you would try it because someone took down accountability. It's interesting to do it as an adult woman. There's not actually a deficit. I mean, there's a deficit, of course, but there technically, legally, there's no deficit in it's just things speak for themselves. Yes. That's correct. Like if you're Rodney King, you're just an ordinary customer of the county court. It's ordinary enough of a customer for whatever evening that one. And that's just going to come out like no, and then they beat the ever living bejesus out of me. Anyway, no, I didn't really do anything. So there's the camera footage and body cam footage, and okay, so these guys, out of the however many police it takes to police LA, are a mass hoodlums. Dirty. They're domestic abusers or racists. Yeah, they're not, and they snapped. They're snapping, whatever. But it's just like whatever is there will speak for itself. Because my evidence is so falsified, no, this can't go on any longer. You do not just hang out in here on that thing. You do not follow me. Well, there might be some friends for you. I'll find friends on my own without you interacting with me anymore. I don't care what this is. Tony Edo cannot be in communities. The thing is a wife beater, a schizophrenic, and a sexual abuser, a predator, a pedophile, a rapist. We do not have window crawling people that, walk in when you leave your screen door open or when you leave your door open and rape your wife and kids. They go to prison for the rest of their lives. They're supposed to already be pulled from the population enough. That's what it's called. It's for the cool. Excuse me? And my mouth out of that thing. That's what you slithering. He says, can you hear it? He needs to go to prison for doing that. My mouth. That thing is the worst thing I said that I end up talking about. It's penis. I'm repeating back what the damn thing is saying. Which you don't want to be. No. Unfortunately, it's on the lineup.
because unfortunately that thing does terrible things with its penis. Is sex drive, which is very low and not very bright and extremely dangerous. I don't care. You're not the qualified professional of that. If you had bothered like to go to school for it, yeah. Okay. Here, you bothered to go to school to get a school mental health counseling 4-year degree. Okay, so now you're a school mental health counselor. You have a college degree. You've taken your internships and licensing and certification, everything. I get it. Okay, and then you broke the law, and here's a specific thing you did to break the law. No, it said nothing there. You called it in. You need to get him into custody now. You need to get these men. You're having just a hood outbreak. You're having criminals that are now running around saying they're above the law. You did all throughout. Otherwise, America couldn't have been nicer. You need to get in here. You are going to have to answer the report line on what the state and state connected things do. It's incredibly corrupt, he said. As far as boots on the ground, well, you'll know if you find me dead, if I disappear along the way. What route? I'm going to go to Gallup, New Mexico, the Navajo and Zuni Reservation. And you go down to Albuquerque. I'm going to take La Cruz, I-25. Maybe I'll see a tarantula. And Juarez. And then I'm going to get 10 over. And take 10 all the way back. I'll go down the I-25 because I know the I-25. It's the one in Colorado. Yeah. Because that'll be like empty and it'll be cool. It'll be sightseeing as opposed to taking down Oklahoma City with Dallas. Oklahoma City's a pain in the butt, and 40 goes right through the middle of Oklahoma City. You could drive around it through New Mexico, you get murdered. Yeah, but I'm slowing down my truck. If you haven't murdered me so far, and all the police will know where I am.
This can't be food. That's what he said. Tens, whatever. Whatever it is, it pissed me off. Like a lot. Yeah, it really, really pissed me off. He's altering your image. We were sitting here watching it on Big Spree. Oh, everybody. Oh. They're not allowed to murder you. They're be Mexican mobsters. Well, then they're going to prison for the rest of their life, and I'd rather drive through New Mexico. There's nothing in New Mexico, and there's lots of stuff. Roswell. Yep. You can drive through Roswell. Carlsbad. Oh, good. I wanted to drink. Packets are really great value rather than the Tide, but I ordered Tide too. So the whole car is gonna smell like Tide Pods. No way. That's okay. That's not clutter. It's my car smells like Tide Pods.
dominant 21st century, reshaping geopolitical landscape. I'm not about having terrorists rob the governments just because they think it's right. As a reporter, I've been covering national security compliance. Increasingly, my job is to track these digital battles. There's one computer virus that really showed how far everything can come. In the early 2000s,
Sit out here, underneath my floor, on my floor mattress. I can't take floor mattress, even though it's brand new.
developing nuclear weapons. In response to sanctions, the U.S. visitors went on board. And then, the serious computer virus called Stuxnet appeared in June 2010.
Yes, the same company that's protecting their desktop. Talk to engineer experts, for instance, the parts that will be some control virus.
I consulted Symantec security researcher Eric Chen. He did some of the most in-depth analysis of the virus when it first appeared.
They are extracting that. Take a project and Stuxnet took us months, more than 3 months. To give you a sense of how difficult, how large, how complicated the threat was. It's like how you discovered Stuxnet. So basically what happened was another security company that was based in Belarus found this binary, and it has to be a full 0 day. What a 0 day is. A 0 day basically is when you have a sort of vulnerability sort of in the computer component of some sort that allows someone to execute coordination without you knowing it. The computer has to be on and maybe even connected to the internet, and that's it. You don't have to be logged in, you don't have to be browsing the web, you can develop an ID file. So that means you're ignoring the mechanism. What about it being this neutral? Now, this doesn't have any sort of exploit inside of it. This is 4 0 days inside.
In the sense of zero-day harm is that it's a security flaw that's being fixed. Serious are incredibly rare, and patents are incredibly valuable.
What was the specifics of it? There's the SCADA stuff, SCADA is how there's control with robots and automation or power plants and things like that. We've never seen a threat that it's anything to do with SCADA. This thing could actually be attacking some sort of national critical infrastructure. This isn't like 2 kids in basic camp stores and code together. This thing had a full-on framework, clearly had quality assurance behind it, and we're talking about something that is just orders of magnitude greater than we've ever seen.
As their investigation deepens, Ericson's team realized Stuxnet is assigned to target computers using Siemens proprietary software called Step 7.
The first part were all these screens like S7s, and we began to do sort of Google sort of screens. We saw Windows and S7. And when we looked those up, we determined that this was actually software that would control PLCs.
PLCs are programmable logic controllers. Computer systems used for converting digital code into physical commands that automate everything from factory machinery to heating and cooling systems. Eric now found himself in unknown territory, so we reached out to the international security community.
We were sending out logs all throughout that summer, telling people, if you're a PLC expert, if you're an expert in building out infrastructure, because we didn't want to see what's happening.
Eric and his team learned PLCs are extremely vulnerable to cyber attacks. They further know which machines were targets. This sophisticated malware or malicious code was detected on industrial control systems around the world. Cybersecurity analysts were puzzled. At the same time, Homeland Security was also trying to understand the virus. Sean Rhodes is the director of NCAT, the cyber branch of the Department of Homeland Security, and Stuxnet was identified.
Very interesting to see when they took it apart. The first thing we saw was that it was very sophisticated communication capability. So if you think of Stuxnet like a Connect device, like a missile, you had the delivery vehicle, that would put the payload on target, and then the payload itself, and they were very unique characteristics. Stuxnet's ability ability to do digital reconnaissance without control. It was essentially a digital, fire and forget type of approach. The fact that it used, 4 zero-day vulnerabilities to gain access to the network is something that you have not seen in code before. Someone willing to risk that many 0 days in order to get it. And then when we saw the payload part, which was actually specifically targeting an industrial control environment, that really, for us, became a very significant thing because normal malware doesn't go like control systems, and this was specifically focused on control systems. On top for weeks. This is all we talk about, all we work on. And for that, it was a really big shift from what we had done before. Abstract, we finished in 5 minutes. Again, we were sitting on the same thread day after day, hour after hour, night after night. And, we weren't getting work every single day, every single week. We were just having new little clues, new little breadcrumbs that kept us going, kept us busy, and kept us moving. Until basically November, we finally figured out this thing was indeed something on the camp.
And what was basically an accident? His team found themselves in total blue-light dimensional space. All the malicious code that we written specifically taken over from the facilities, while its authors remain in shadows. In 2002, we really started on wrong and built a secret uranium enrichment facility in the town of Clowns. The Stuxnet computer virus is a direct link to this controversial plant.
Halfway along in the play, making suspicious. That was a breach of the wrong implication.
Gene's actually moved into the policy inside out. He also keeps tabs and working in fighting with the International Atomic Energy Agency, the world's nuclear watchdog.
The comment what the planet was around discovering the comments. Along with them, there's no preparation for that. We wanted to look at this is that your acting is not anything to like me or it has to be clear. And you need to clear anything in the violation of the law or human humanity is how that thing is in the brain of what you need to do. And why are you so interested in why would this fall over here? The intent of the controversial class is to in present any investments in the county sector, which is first and joint, is to make it for things that are making it in the correct. The title of the conference is the conference actually seeks new facilities. Many of the ones they need to be like facilities. So it stays like or making
That song is so old. This station is not even old. I was looking on like Mexican folk music and static. I'll have like 3 static things going in the ultrasonic jammer so I can sleep.
Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming and threatening the peace of the world. And long enough that its funds have been used to produce nuclear weapons. Still, its government found the pressure in 2003 and temporarily suspended during enrichment and processing activities at the time. Then, in 2005, newly elected President Nazim Ahmadinejad declined to restart the program. Within months, the facility in Tehran was up and running, and enriching uranium all over him. Concerned, he would impose sanctions. By 2009, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu challenged the U.S. to stop Iran's nuclear program.
The most urgent challenge facing this body today is to prevent the tyrants of Tehran from acquiring nuclear weapons.
Netanyahu was probably considering airstrikes on Natanz. It's during this high-stakes political standoff that Stuxnet is detected in June 2010. In fact, Stuxnet was found in countries around the world, but infection rates in Iran were off the charts. And at the plant in Natanz, centrifuges were breaking down at unprecedented rates. Stuxnet's design is complex, but its operation is deceptively simple. Like a security camera, the virus records 30 days of normal centrifuge operation while it hides in the system. Then, when Stuxnet attacks the centrifuges, it plays back the pre-recorded data So operators on the outside can see the infection raging within centrifuges.
And those 30 days were not inclusive. That's how long it takes basically for a cascade of centrifuges to get fully loaded with the uranium gas. So they wanted to basically have their sabotage effect happen right at the peak moment, causing the most damage. So the centrifuges in have normally spin at a profit first. And what the trick did was spin up the centrifuges via force first, really fast.
Take my juicer. I randomly bought a juicer for a recipe. But in Florida, I actually might use it more. I've used it. It might not have been for booze, but I definitely used it for booze. Lemon juice and booze. You have like, that's lemon juice. Yeah. But I'll use it in I didn't buy that much stuff otherwise.
Once it was inside, it was installed.
That thing, I looked at like all the fencing materials and I bought that thing for like $110. That was like 2 of the light poles when you hang string lights, like in a frame with like a nice beige thick tarp, like the privacy screen tarps, and kind of wicker. And but it means just like a panel that you attach it to the string light poles that go to the ground. And that thing has been up for 2 years since well made. It's just stupid. I would have done better with the like 8 like folding screens. There's nice folding screens for the same price in wicker. They're all pretty long, but it worked. I mean, I guess maybe because of the size, it was the right size or something. But they get a lot of wind here. I kept it reasonably respectable. Privacy screen, yeah. Well, he says that. I don't care what that thing says. You're stupid. That's stupid stuff. It is funny. You buy a couple random items, but that's about it. Juicing sounded like flowers in prison. Probably. It's probably giving a lemon cheesecake or something. It's stupid. Yeah. He likes to sit there and like, the thing is immensely retarded monster. He's living alone.
Now you can write anything to the hard disk. You can grab credentials from the internet and put them in at the time. It can also propagate itself inside your local area network. Easy to do.
That meant someone physically lost Stuxnet via running the facility, likely then would an engineer with an infected USB. Inside, the virus wreaks havoc. Centrifuges were destroyed, and the Iranians were clueless. But then Eric Kennedy's team at Symantec announced the details of Stuxnet to the world from the blog post. Then the talk shut down. Most assumed Iranian authorities finally understood the mess they were in and were trying to clean it up. After that, 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were targeted by motorcycle-riding assailants who slipped a sticky bomb onto one of their cars. One was killed, the other seriously injured. It appeared whoever was behind Stuxnet was trying to beat. Soon after, the Iranian president admitted a virus caused the shutdown in Natanz.
Yeah, I got dry shampoo and hairspray. I need a comb. I lost my hair.
Israel couldn't back it up with any
I had it till recently at someone.
assassinations and chills in the cybersecurity community.
It would make you really get nervous. We look at everything all the time. And you know, I feel like that bill and lots of they definitely look a lot like that. We were in the middle of some big geopolitical affairs.
Iran openly accused Israel and the U.S. to be the mastermind of Stuxnet.
These things, I figured out these things. I was washing it. I smoked tobacco and cigarettes. Because I bought the Futurola something, the Mike Tyson cigar. It looks like a blunt roller, but it's like actually like model that. It's actually like, well, this is just how to do it. If anybody is, they legalized marijuana. Oh, the Futurola Mike Tyson. It's actually a roll those doobies. They sell pre-roll, and it rolls those perfectly if you dry it. Pretty much. I mean, I read the instructions, but I've been watching YouTube tutorial on it, and I wasn't doing it that often. It was just a $5 promotion next to something next to the beef store. And I bought some e-cigarette liquid also. It was like cheap from Mike Tyson. He must have been doing a promotion. And I was like, how does one roll? Anyway, I mean, you can roll it. But... And then I had tobacco. I was actually at the tobacco store right next to Jenny's. There was. And the weed store. There's one down on Craig Road, but it's like more expensive. Might be that stuff lasted me like 2 months. Really, it was a small bag, and I'd been here like 3 months, and I was already down on Craig Road at that point. I actually hadn't smoked pot since forever. It was in Colorado. It used to be in North Carolina. But the cigarette roller, yeah, it's actually to roll those doobies that you roll, and you can smoke the top like pipe tobacco. I bought that to mix with the weed.
Essentially, during the issue, it was how do we slow that down as much as possible because we know we can stop it.
Probably. I'm sure that there was cookies and a cheese plate, tray plate.
Within the U.S. is not Stuxnet. Unnamed officials told the paper an U.S. created virus would help in Israel. It was part of a covert operation of Olympic Games. The allegations set off a fire.
I think so. I think the EBT card with the health insurance card was better.
Investigations put on ice, so the U.S. fears what might come up in court.
I ate a couple long popcorn things.
Things that have been covering the Stuxnet story for Wired.
Everything was like completely normal around here, except for these guys in stalking, until they developed the ability to touch you on the smartphone. That's the way to do it. Roll joints. I thought. Then you can flush the tobacco. So that too. This I got bought first. And as they're just like they're $5 at Jenny's. Addiction Protest. They're everywhere. You see glass pipes everywhere around here. Like all the tobacco stores have them in them. I thought this was for $5. It was pretty. It's got a blue stripe. And then this was just a candy cane. Oops. Probably. I'm half. I'm not throwing it away. It just goes in the tea box. Yeah, here's the Futurola.
To this day, the U.S. government won't confirm or deny Stuxnet. Stuxnet architects
Yeah, that's what I collect on it, I guess. I don't know where the black roll ended up. Where the Mike Tyson Futurola. Where Mike Tyson? It was $5, and I was there. He was there today. It's supposed to roll the doobies. There was a promotion and it was $5. And it was also near the $5 e-cigarette liquid or something, or the $10 e-cigarette.
What that did have on the standoff between Iran, Israel.
No, it was $10. I don't know, the whole IRS knows about it, so they need to look at the whole thing. You can pay me to be the test guinea pig.
Stuxnet did slow down the nuclear weapons program by 6 months to 2 years.
You owe me money for everything.
But it didn't exactly stop Iran.
I caught your corruption, which is very important. It couldn't be more corruption. You kidnapped me, stalked me, allowed these men to sexually abuse me. Apparently they're doing all this stuff to other people elsewhere, which is the same scenario, which weirdly enough, I remember this actually being a thing outside of this. I'm getting a CB radio and like There's a really good one over here for like
Maybe on a technical level.
$1,500.
Now, but on a political level.
I think there's a sweepstakes.
So I think in that.
Like a ham
we could
radio
actually manage
club, amateur radio club.
Finally, after years of crippling and sanctions, Iran agreed to limit the nuclear program in 2015 in exchange for partial lifting of sanctions. But by the point Stuxnet, the US and Israel triggered a different kind of process.
This was an act of war. And it was an act of war without a digital war. People don't follow someone, they know that they've been attacked, right? But in digital warfare, you may never know that you're under attack. The US opens the door, but everyone is going to walk through now.
Iran was Stuxnet seen as an act of war. In Iran, it was seen as an act of war. And there was sort of a question that was opened up. Did the United States just declare war on Iran? It's such a gray area. So I think that even now, we're still kind of trying to figure out whether this constitutes war or not. Technically it wasn't. I think inside Iran, it was really viewed that way. And I think it really opened a lot of eyes inside the establishment of Iran that they need to get savvy in this field to be able to defend as well as attack. And so you've got the formation of the cyber army inside of Iran that was initially very much activists inside the country. But then after Stuxnet, it became
It's too loud to see.
money
It
was
was,
put into
it sounds terrible.
Internal for
Probably, and like,
heard being more offensive.
it's for everyone. That's the thing, it's not Iran. There are other things to be worried about than Iran. All of that together has created the arms race of other countries.
Would you agree that it was the dawn of a new chapter in cyber warfare?
So it's like a response, because a lot of countries now are establishing extra collaborations. They're the ones left behind.
Stuxnet has launched the race to militarize cyberspace. And the more the world is connected, the more targets there are for attack. Countries around the world are racing to design new malware for next generation of warfare.
Do you think it's going to become another tool in the toolbox of war? Absolutely. Stuxnet 3 was a Trinity moment, and by that I mean the first Trinity explosion, demonstration of a nuclear detonation in New Mexico. We demonstrated the capability that you could have devastating impacts by cyber means. It was a bomb. Once the secret was out, people started getting for themselves. We started recognizing it. There's no putting this back. The key was turned, the lid was opened, and everything in Pandora's box is now out in the open. And there's no way to get back.
Stuxnet is the world's first known cyber weapon. It set the stage for what will play out in the digital battlefield. The industrialized world runs on an infrastructure that we take for granted. When things are running well, they're pretty easy to forget about. But critical infrastructure has always been a prime target in war. Supporting a power grid or water system can paralyze the enemy. And as more and more of that kind of infrastructure is connected to digital networks, experts are finding it's also vulnerable to cyber attacks.
In the control system world, if something fails, it's obvious. The lights go out, a pipe breaks. What you don't know is, did cyber play a role in what happened?
Joe Weiss has been an industrial control systems engineer for almost 40 years. Joe took him to a power station in California. That state's power grid was allegedly hacked by China in the early 2000s.
ICS stands for industrial control. It's essentially the ubiquitous term that we're using to cover this range of things that monitor or control physical processes. So like if you see over here, all this stuff is controlling the electric system.
So someone from China would effectively gain access to a network that's controlling something in California.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that there are nation states that are targeting critical infrastructure, electric, water, pipelines, and wind. We've already had many years ago documents where China did try to meddle with things here, like this.
What did they do?
They full detail, which is what an overall institution is.
And if it had, what is the thing in New Jersey? Because that's obviously an attack, right?
That was obviously,
And that would have been a fall on a day.
again, depending on what they were doing, protected his power to the hundreds of thousands of customers. Because of certainly the employee had it.
This attack is just one case. The real turning point was in 2009. It was a sophisticated computer virus called Stuxnet, and it infiltrated and destroyed nuclear centrifuges at controversial uranium enrichment plants in Iran. Observers agree the attack was likely to join the U.S.-Israeli operation. The critical infrastructure war was on.
Popcorn 10 from Walmart for $5?
In the first place.
I don't know.
Mary Patterson is an expert in protocols. The instructions machines use to communicate with each other.
The other thing is that the system that puts some reference value and then monitors, sensitivity, code and any kind of device that has some property being measured, temperature, speed, direction, whatever.
Power plant or
Yeah,
nuclear power plant or
yeah, anything like that. Well, one of the problems with electrical systems is that the protocols that are used are extremely complex. So if you have systems that are different solutions, you can sometimes end up with cross-talk and different protocol and one that is being taken.
So if I'm reading this correctly, you're saying that at times, the software involved some of the most critical infrastructure we have, like nuclear power plants, can break down. Can the code essentially, like there's an exploit, there's a vulnerability?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Vulnerabilities are driven by the inputs that you send from systems. And so if an attacker has any way to control or modify the input that is from the central system, they can send false inputs, they can send syntactically incorrect inputs. It is not really easy to use the temperature symbols in that gas plant, as the current plant. Oh, yeah, Baytown, Houston, is frequently has problems with finding patches.
And that's something that can be done if someone
Well, usually it happens by accident already, right? So it's, so if somebody was to do that, needs to see the accident.
that's what it's real. And the highest level of
No! You get these freaks into custody now! You can't say that about Tonio. Tonio owes me either an explanation to the police that is enough to get him not serving life in prison or life in prison. That's me. That's correct also. Once you are the victim of a crime, that is how it works. This is not, to say the least. No, not, I can do weird stuff in this roomy prison. Downtown. Yeah.
What happens if somebody enters using that virus and these things that can access digital operations? There's also a lot of debate about what the world of the world will be.
I don't know why the police aren't in
That's
there.
not that.
You're stupid.
That's legally, you have to decide to blow up something like that, a power plant, or kill people like that.
Those are actually criminal.
And so you
That's
have
the next part, when you go
war.
They might show up, you should go for it.
critical infrastructure is key to focus. Attacks against them are Tyson.
You can't get out from under the prison, or whatever dynamic is playing on there. And be like broadcasting into American homes with it. All the time.
Chris Quebec is an independent security
Where is such a room and who interacts with it? Like, I can't go into a room in prison. You're not allowed to take me off the street into a room. You molest people apparently, right? Probably you should. I dropped the soap. It's probably all that's going on in your shit for race. I dropped the soap. No, you dropped the soap. You dropped this soap. You dropped the soap. That's asking for it. Well, that's what comes out of his mouth next. So that's what's going on in that thing's shit for brain. Is to drop the soap room. Yeah, it's kind of ritualistic and good thing. Doesn't know lotion, okay? I what the hell are you talking about? They said that. I saw a pretty lady go by, so I followed them home. That's all that's going on this thing. Rich people from a tax bracket that's affluent are worth $10,000 when they get arrested. It's like, they do have some income. We actually just let me know that. On a weird day. It's often a weird day. That's correct. Like maybe businesses literally that have a business here show up. And it's actually interesting. Yeah, where you like, okay, that's a Richard Huffle business, you're correct, and that's what it is. I know. Because we noticed that. I'm not sure yet, but we sort of male as Americans, that thing is like way too abusive at present. No, you don't get to because you guys discipline that. You don't have to discipline that. Nobody's sure that's discipline. You're like, that's also just called crowd barking, when there's a large crowd. It's called that. It can be called that, but it's called that. I think it means there's a there's a crowd, and you're like just picking off anything you can get. And then you get in like that, or you get in and then you want to take over administration and all this other stuff because you actually have a business there. It's just literally all these people with a business there. Like if you have a fully paid off house, all these like house papers. Well, if you check where there's legitimate business people, there's always ones that aren't legitimate business people.
According to Sally
Fees, the timeshare, I mean, just random stuff. The worse the office, the like, the two they sit in debt, damn. That I think it's coming from Yale or something. Probably. You lady did make Duke. And they don't, I can't have him doing that all day at her, it says. I cannot have a man sexually assaulting a child with something that police use to tase you as badly as possible. He literally is doing it as badly as possible. As badly as possible, you could sexually assault somebody with something that police use to tase someone on a cell phone.
Virus was probably the most destructive attack that the private sector has seen today.
U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Panetta, Senator Long.
The collective result of these kinds of attacks would be a cyber Pearl Harbor.
How are you stalling cars? He stalled the car the entire way. Apparently on her also. I mean, he stalled the car so much, he just stalled the car a lot. It was that bad of car stalling. It was a car stalling. I mean, he just stall. Yay, stall. Vicious. Yay, vicious. Stall. Smith down. Googly. Really, it's pretty weird being attached to the thing that guy does. Well, it's something to say. It's psychotic. It's very weird. The thing is, a total sex offender. You never aim the taser there. It's schizophrenic. It's retarded. I can't believe you let it in here, much less it's doing this. You guys have done this for years. You're literally like Hitler.
Well, you have. That's how important you are. You're unbelievable. Will you get Ted Bundy's off of me? Ted Bundy is really nasty. And yeah, Ted Bundy stoling the car all the way down to the strip, or you're kind of subdued on the way down to the strip, the way back to the strip. You would yell at him. Tony, I do not care. You need to do a verification on that man. No, there's nothing to be said. That's why you get out of the office. They'll do this. That's why I think they might be part of the guy's neighborhood pornography, which is incredible amounts of crime, because this is the guy's neighborhood pornography. Which is, there's no such thing as legally. I'm tired because you never stop and nobody ever stops you. That would make you tired, very, very tired. And you, lady, with just think of that. The what of that. I have no idea if that thing somewhere. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with anything. Nothing has anything to do with anything. I can get to lady on the speakerphone and I can hit that. Yeah, I can hit that car too. Seriously, he slowed the car next to me now just to show me he could do it. No, never this bad. They do have the ability in Raleigh, and they didn't have it on the old car, so they decided to try it on the BMW I was driving in that, because my dad was out of town, and they stole the BMW. He always says it's something you did. And I mean, there's nothing going on around here. Chewing on it. I was chewing on tobacco, like top tobacco. I don't know idea. I was like, that's correct. There's this, he refers to it. There's this like Ted Bundy tapes, and then I read a book on biography of Walt Whitman. What's her face? Emily Dickinson. The one that never got married, wrote about flowers in New England. And Ralph Waldo Emerson. And then something about taking over in World War II, Italy, and then all these random books. One was Ted Bundy's the confession tapes. But he like refers to it. How did you know what I was reading? They're just sitting there. It's like I picked up all any library book. Walt Whitman, not Ralph Waldo Emerson. Emily Dickinson. She calls you that. You would take so much, Lee. This way, I thought you wanted to go to the weed place. I said I'm going to the weed place when there's like maybe to buy something to take home, because otherwise you have to have a medical, which I could get, but it's more of a pain in the butt.
They often have a lot more nice toys that have yet to be discovered. And of course, have to go down.
I think it's legal to do that. I was gonna buy 2 bags. I used the small bag, or one big bag.
This is a rig that we built to represent physical.
But I'm gonna do that before I leave.
We have very large versions of these things. This PLC is hooked up to this air pump compressor, which is going to
Why?
allow us.
I don't know, but it actually ends up being a lot of pot, and I mix it with tobacco. And then I was like, cigarettes I found like cheap cigarettes. And it's like sitting through, like living through the Ted Bundy confession tapes on heavy breather speakerphone. Really, yeah. I bet the interview smoked too much through that. They didn't have to be in the cell with them. Jesus. The ghouls need to quit. They're monsters. You just call them the ghouls. Ew, I don't know. Smelly meters, because they're retarded. So that's smelly meters? What kind of fumes would it go up? Ew, I don't know. Also a dirty one. Unwashed?
Yeah, and I won't get to,
Okay.
well, it's so easy because.
What do they look like? Even like, how's their hygiene as far as who did this to me? I'm like, we county court's how they sound. They won't talk to me on the phone. When I get there, we don't tell them that. Well, I'm going to call more people on the phone. The cat's out of the bag if my emails got out. When I call, they've gotten out. But otherwise, I mean, no, I do have like, which is why I'm going to call everybody on the list. Every time I call people on the list, I've gotten a copy of it.
All the experts have spoken to see our critical infrastructure
I've heard nothing back though. It's just the truth. That's how bad their phone line cutting is. I've heard nothing back. No calls back, no mail back, and no emails back. And no, but I got out of office notices and they have trouble blocking outgoing mail. But they can sort incoming mail, which is apparently fun if you're in these states.
That's the one that really, I think, worries me.
Probably. They're probably sitting around getting high on drugs and sorting mail on meth out of the Ozarks.
You hear that, and then the power that will create infrastructure and set off. So that is certainly a concern, although I would actually say that I'm less worried about that and other actors that have less interest in the overall sort of international current, status quo. Who are these actors? So, the director of national intelligence has talked about them in his testimony.
But then I'll call the email list to see if people know.
And other actors who don't build themselves.
The ability for them to tase you on your smartwatch is not cool.
We did not prevent all cyber intrusions.
I don't like you.
We'll never be able to prevent all. Everything is unpredictable eventually.
Everyone's told me that no critical infrastructure system is bulletproof. And
I don't
one
care.
government agency is trying to track the cyber.
We were ugly and weird looking. Okay. Yeah, so are you. I like your makeup. Makeup looks very cool. I don't know. I think you put a whitewash on my face. I can go outside and when I do hair, but yeah. No more sunblock, super good.
We're society who knows the cyber attacks being launched in America.
Well, go outside and get a tan and join a tennis meetup.
So what you're in is you're in the national cybersecurity.
I've got on a little bit now, but
More or less.
I'm probably certainly puffy. Because I need to go get my, I don't care, you look weird on that. Well, I said that I was just looking at it and I didn't look weird at all. He added like a whitewash to my face. You said the cops can see that. I mean, I probably have makeup on that you can see, but it's not really that. It's not really that bad. You can't even see it. It's like almost see-through. Really, yeah, on that one on hers. Really, what do you mean? Well, like you can see freckles underneath it and stuff. It's actually kind of light. And then I might put it on a little bit thicker, but it doesn't really matter.
Clean up, mitigate the event. Do you see an awful lot of nation-state actors going after?
But I can work on it. I mean, I don't know. I've been sitting up, and I just need the police to arrest these guys. So I'm not like so I can go about ordinary business. I'm not like
A lot of what we see is.
You're not a movie star? No.
And then, of course, yes, we can see the
I think I must have fine for ordinary.
espionage business or prepping the battlefield type of perspective, right? So you're trying to understand the infrastructure for some future
So.
I'm getting younger.
Espionage. What's the cyber attack across the line?
At what point does the administration consider critical infrastructure attacks? So that is not something that is well defined. Fortunately, we haven't seen one of those events here in the United States in a way that would probably cross that threshold. And so, therefore.
You guys are schizophrenic in the Ozarks, and
that's,
they're the same men. You can tell. It's really strange.
Even if the U.S. tries to shore up its cyber defenses, there's no incentive not to attack.
Mutually assured structure is never a fighting deterrent. If you attack me, I will fight back, and therefore it's not in your interest to attack me. And actually, the difficulty of proving who actually launched an attack in terms of injury. It is very rare for a nation state or a criminal group to go directly from the server controls at the target. It will often launch from around the world, and it multiple points.
What is it you're doing?
have been mysterious.
I'm not sure that's why you're doing whatever you're doing, is what I just said.
The first question is, how sure am I that I know the country?
I think you might be from a group that's a pedophile group or something. Like, I think you, obviously, I think you might have reasons in, I mean, because you're just sex offending, committing crime. I mean, and I don't care why you're doing something, you, if it's this weird and this criminal. But I mean, I'm not. You're just sex offending, you were day one, you falsified my evidence, remember? That you actually did. But you're schizophrenic criminals from the hood. You need to get away from it.
It really is just that easy.
Not attack me.
It's who we are.
At Robert Small Business Insurance, we cover all kinds of small businesses. Hey, Carla. And less. Nancy, did you have any policy? I do have savings look good on you. Thanks. Oh, this guy makes the best meatball subs. With Robert Small Business Insurance experts who do all the homework for you, so you can save up to 20% in 5 minutes.
That's tobacco in it. That's like you're with the Ted Bundy tapes. You mean, come on, I call the police. Unbelievable. What now? Jesus. That's not good. Calling more police. But the new email list, I called and they got it too, so, but, I'm normal, nobody's ever called the police about me in my entire life. I don't know if I said it or not. So do you.
Executives by extortion email from their group.
Boo, I'm not cool and it's I don't know, we should be critical of other people. Well, that's kind of a thing, like, I'm not really, I don't.
Some pictures co-shares and you pass down Michael Lynn's scramble.
Got a $5 like trade.
It was too late.
$5 times to go to Walmart popcorn. That's all your parents. Yeah, it does. That's why the EBT card and then United Healthcare. Anybody that's a good healthcare plan too.
Everybody is somebody.
You probably can afford it as a normal living.
Emails and professional emails, which were
They get them all
also,
social
in many
media.
instances, very embarrassing.
As the editor at large of the Hollywood Reporter, Q Masters remembers the
Or as a lawyer or whatever.
A sense of instant fear throughout Hollywood.
That's really good.
No.
I think there might be a game of grub ass there, people said back also, that's not good when people watch it for stuff. There might be a bail on some too. But, I'm not, it doesn't apply either. You just completely created evidence. It's the problem. It's the problem.
It's extreme, so emotional, and sometimes in some cases self-appropriate.
You can scream at me. You're attacking my crotch.
Some employees watch helplessly as their social security numbers not elected more police on
You're-
everyone to see.
Violently stalking and sexually abusing me and sexually assaulting me.
Down.
Really badly with a taser.
TV department.
You're really picky at videos. And anybody just has to prove it, and I don't care what Ted Bundy thinks about it.
Where did you find out your personal
And he's stupid.
Memo saying that.
And he's a schizophrenic, retarded pedophile.
And they got
Probably.
information, but they didn't specify who.
Like,
Basically, anybody that ever worked for Sony at any time.
They
in their
can say
lifetime
who.
possibly had a chance of their stuff being hacked.
So went about finding your name and finding out that you were, personally infected by it.
I literally went to Google and searched Sony Hack 2014, and then I saw just like a trailer at like old school.
You're
style
food, dude.
house. You saw just different.
You eat food.
They were
You
named.
probably actually eat food, you just show it this up in the head.
They were named
That's
like
what he's
specifically what that document was. So it wasn't
Ladies like you, so all my friends, yeah, I mean, like, in the cell with it.
Because obviously you can't use computers, that's everything, everything is revert to like this.
There's no serial killers in New Mexico in the These schizophrenic monsters in Arkansas, but I think, must be. It has nothing really to do with me.
Sony already paid for their Christmas party, so.
I just got kidnapped and I was sitting there and,
Amy Pascal stood up and gave a speech, and then Amy Pascal.
then everything I wrote down.
Yeah, she, in her speech, she was like, oh, this wasn't gonna get us down, like, we're gonna beat you guys.
As long as I didn't stab the guy, I'm off as a criminal. Or write any of those emails, obviously, also. So I'm a normal person.
Hackers tried some pictures. We had answers. A movie starring Seth Rogen and James Franco with the plot hinging on assassinating the real-life leader of North Korea.
The interviews, like, it was just a launching stoner comedy. Anybody thought it was high art or an Oscar material.
With the interview set for Christmas release, a random message posted online threatened terrorist attacks in its premiere and in theaters during the film. Some pictures pulled the movie.
We had no alternative but to not proceed with the theatrical release on the 20th of December.
And then, out of nowhere, President Obama named the perk.
The FBI announced today that we can confirm that North Korea engaged in this attack.
It was the first time a president has been in the United States for a major cyber attack on American soil. The U.S. retaliated with sanctions. The White House didn't
Go by stupid here.
the FBI came forward with some details.
I need to do the other side when I come back.
Based on what publicly known,
After I write my lawsuit and
first spear phishing, which the FBI said
I
was
may
like
comment
a
here.
awesome.
Somebody within a company or organization will
I'm gonna take-
receive an email.
I'm gonna-
looks like it's a
yeah, I'm
link
gonna take
to
the next step.
an attachment.
I'm gonna stop at Roswell.
Once you
I'm
press
sitting
it,
here.
it will take you then to a website or.
Just try to make it complex.
On your computer that will allow someone to then compromise your system.
Next, the hackers can bar access to some networks.
So they're looking for a user with escalated privileges. And it can be
I'm gonna
admin,
take 4 days
or
to
it
drive
could be a
back.
CEO or CFO who needs access to your network and they need to create capacity.
Roswell's on the way.
Going rapidly.
With all godlike access to some, the hackers need to be free.
Gallup probably has good Native American.
How is it their money?
Jewelry and things.
And then to the grand finale. That was destruction.
Can I have the money?
About the Sony.
I should buy some engineering. Very good guys online.
Malware.
It's still, there's good stuff in person.
Computers from within. Collecting data off the system.
Kind of find myself.
But that's what explained on the government and the attack to North Korea.
I'm not just gonna be there.
Whoever hacked Sony Pictures networks stole sensitive data and smashed whatever they could on the way out. But to this day, one question remains. How is the U.S. government so sure it was North Korea?
So I can't comment on ongoing FBI investigation.
So why is the investigation ongoing?
A cyber investigation is a long-term effort to just not only attribute, if there's a particular country involved, not just attribute who that country might be, but also to attribute what actors behind the actual compromise, because there's other groups that are involved in these kind of attacks. So there are other groups that kind of jump on the bandwagon for their own benefit. As a case. Possibly, that may have been the case, so in general, I think we frequently see that major cyber risk.
Beyond the FBI, the National Security Agency, one of America's spy powers, is reported to have evidence it is North Korea, but the NSA won't confirm or deny anything.
Well, actually, the government was more forthcoming in the Sony Act than is usually the case. And historically, the government wouldn't really contribute at all to the state.
Michael Chertoff was the Secretary of Homeland Security and President George W. Bush. The former NSA and CIA Director Hayden, now in private consulting firm.
The government pretty clearly said North Korea was responsible for the Sony Act. And I think that was a decision that the risk of revealing a little bit about sources and methods was outweighed by the importance of saying to the bad actors, we know it's you, and there's a limit to our ability to tolerate this.
So you're expert in email and good decisions.
I think it probably did make sense. I think if you look at actually the way which we operate, there is a small group of privileged individuals, which include people who have technical skills that are used to the regime, that are well-resourced and are quite capable. I mean, they may not be the A team, but the B team, we can utilize that.
And I did church off the BC.
Well, I go to Luxor.
North Korean military agency, North Bureau 121. The North Korea can barely have the lights on.
Take pictures,
We
but
have
pictures are already up. It's too late. No, you just woo woo. More pictures of the plantings around the LAMC. So it's fucking Craig Road Regional One, post office, and the Greenway out back. And the Walmart.
Welcome to the world of looking at North Korea.
Smith's and Albert Hines.
About anything in the country, very
One of those
burgers out. Except what we hear on the radio. There are snippets that
Yeah, so there were no men there, and that's how I ended up with no nuclear family.
science and mathematics from high school, putting them into good universities, and then after universities trained them. Some of the training apparently takes place in Pyongyang. A lot of it we see taking place overseas. We heard that hacking and hackers are obviously a new focus. Why do you think that is? It's much cheaper. A room full of hackers is way cheaper than
Yeah, not anything that's actually the case.
an operation or submarine, things like that. So if they can solve the power on the internet.
Oh, I look like going to the sunblock. Yeah.
Bureau 121, their mission
I think that,
is for life.
I don't know. It's comfortable and I don't care.
Actually, the police in North Korea on the 10th. Chung signaled it back to South Korea a decade ago. It still keeps tabs on their friends. You will work as a for training with hackers.
요즘 하시는 동안 다른 해킹을 하시는 분들도 계셨겠네요.
Do you know anyone in Bureau 121? And are you in contact with them?
What's the worst thing North Korea could do to the US inside Iran?
Mr. Jung said Sony hack might be a sign North Korea is preparing for war. After that into the case, I discovered that many highly regarded hackers and security experts that North Korea is behind the attack call. Nothing artificial.
Pros who are highly skilled talent across many areas like AI software development and complex workflows.
Coach being cheaply. Sure, it was substantially good.
Yet the released vague evidence pointing to North Korea. Hackers and computer experts almost immediately called involved in the FBI case. Local doubters is Mark Rogers, malware expert and self-described former Black Hat hacker.
First of all, the agenda changed substantially several times throughout the house. That kind of applies to most different hackers in the world. They started out trying to extort money. I don't see any reason why North Korean hackers would try and do that. They had a kind of a ramble about unemployment and job losses and so on. I don't see how that benefits the North Korean regime. I think they were attacked by an opportunist, and then I think that evolved. You ended up with other groups piling in and exploiting it. And as the media started to suggest maybe a potential link between this hack and the interview, I think the hackers latched onto that. And they ran with it because they both a convenient cover for them. And, well, you know, a lot of hackers like to do things for the user, for the lawless, as they say. That's probably what brought North Korea in. And it was much later on, I think, that North Korea actually was involved, if they were at all.
If Mark was right, his theory fit what the FBI painted. Some might have been the victim of a hacking party, but who could have been involved? In 2011, the notorious hacker discovered anonymous attacks on websites. They said they were fighting George Hotz, aka GeoHot, the first guy to jailbreak an iPhone when he was just 17.
This is the world's first unlock hacker. George?
A few years later, he jailbroke the PlayStation 3. That didn't sit well with Sony.
Yo, it's GeoHot. And for those that don't know, I'm getting sued by Sony. And so check this out. Hi, Sony. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. No, Sony was kind of dick, but it all worked out in the end, so yeah.
Nope, no husband, no job. Sidearm.
These companies are spending millions of dollars.
Welfare cooking up macaroni salad.
This isn't some puzzle constructed by
The $5
this is a puzzle.
Walmart popcorn tins from Christmas.
And that's why it's so rare. Sony's lawsuit against George made a lot of hackers angry. They're anonymous.
I know they're stalking my bank account, like they're stalking my, yeah, they're stalking my cards and like bank accounts online. No, they are. They stalk all my grocery shopping and like it's really strange. Really, really bad stalkers.
Tried companies get breached all the time. It's really not how Sony responded. Sony responded by keeping the PlayStation Network offline. And it was down for a month. So now you have 77 million people who are playing Call of Duty and being like, what's going on here now, right? So do I think that the lawsuits and what happened with me made them a target? Probably not. Do I think that what happened in the fallout with Anonymous and then taking the network offline? Maybe. You know, awesome. PlayStation Saga is an elite event that might piss hackers off. In 2005, security experts found suspicious software on CDs produced by Sony BMG, the company's music division. I went to see Dan Kaminsky, a legend among hackers. He's famous for finding and helping fix a major flaw in the internet's backbone. He also played a pivotal role in covering the BMG fiasco.
So he took that disk, it was just supposed to be in it. We saw a little program on the computer, and that program did two things. First, it made it so your computer could no longer copy music. And second, it hid. Because it was pretty sure that this was not what the user wanted. And so once it was in, it sure didn't want the user to hit the uninstall button. And somebody figured out, hey, wait a second, what is this software on? It's supposed to be audio. They looked and they're like, this is malware. What is Sony doing putting out custom malware on CDs? So what I did was a trick called DNS hash sniffing. I did this scan, and like 500,000 networks did some of these things. And so I took that information, got flown out to Sony BMG headquarters, and I'm like, hey guys, so here's the thing, and here's it all over the world. And that kind of behavior though that was made of a target, it surrounded me with so many friends. Given Sony's history as a major hacking target, do you want to remove these Sony pictures? Or was it just a freelance hacker? Some of the smartest hackers in America were telling me they didn't want North Korea to attack Sony, and a lot of people might have motive to do it. Like Kurt Baumgartner thinks North Korea really is to blame. Kurt analyzes malicious code and comes up with defensive solutions for one of the world's biggest security companies. He showed them that the Sony hackers are striking resemblance to Dark Soul, a 2013 cyber attack on Southern banks, was widely blamed on North Korea.
So what we got here are two different
HTML pages that are basically threats from the attackers. So on one side, this is the 2013 Dark Soul attack, and the audio and then over here we have basically the Sony attack. So you see
It does seem like the graphic arts team of Combination.
it's pretty low tech.
There are other similarities between Dark Soul and Insomniac. The word security is actually spelled in the exact same line of code used in both attacks.
In this case, it was pretty clear to us that the same shared code base has been used in both lens.
And both the Sony and Dark Soul attacks were wiper events. They write and store data from the victim's systems.
These types of attacks are extremely rare. They just don't happen. There might be moderate, major attacks that I know.
But the second say the similarities are shown me don't actually add up.
When we talk about similarities here, Dark Soul, that was actually due to a group of South Korean hackers which they called the Dark Soul Gang, and was never formally linked to the threat. The reality is it boils down to just a few fragments of code used to release malware.
It's not nothing that the software is related. It's just not widely compatible.
It's not smoking gun.
It's not even a long gun. It's barely a gun. It's a cube-shaped object.
And history being checked. And once that code gets out there, you end up with multiple variants. But all have the same heritage, they all look very similar. But they're being run by different people.
Malware's code did contain IP addresses, which indicate a computer's location. The FBI says they were linked to North Korea, and that's not conclusive either.
They should set your IP name in North Korea. Break into a machine in North Korea. Break into a machine in Russia. Breaking into a machine in North Korea. Break into a machine in China. Breaking into Russia. Breaking into North Korea. These are all things you can do. Bouncing around the world happens in milliseconds. And so people ask, is it North Korea that did this? This is the thing that 4 people can do. 4 out of 7 billion. This isn't an attack that requires nation-state intent. It's an attack that requires a couple of guys being bored.
My sources were telling me that the attack on Sony Pictures wasn't even that sophisticated. So maybe the company should have better security.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter whether the hackers came from North Korea or North Dakota. What matters is that Sony could see this attack coming and didn't do enough to prepare for it.
Matthew Krush is an attorney who represented Sony employees in a class action lawsuit against the studio.
Sony just didn't do what a reasonable company should have done to protect the private information on the system. It should have been stored in a way that was encrypted, and that was segregated from other information systems.
Pictures declined comment on these allegations, and said the lawsuit had a force. But somehow, while employees' private and external data were no longer forever. Have you ever seen the Hall?
It made you feel like it was your fault that you weren't protecting yourself already to begin with. So, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong but show up to do my job, thinking this corporation is exactly what they're doing, and then finding out that they don't is really frustrating. I mean, it sucks that we're collateral damage, but, I mean, that's how war is. It's basically what it is. It's like a nerd war now.
As a death settle, impact on the job of an executive is still affect loss of special release. The victims are Sony's employees. Whether it's more Koreans or more hackers, all the competing theories about who did prove one thing. Definitively attributing a cyber attack can be almost impossible. And in a world where it's not only easy to hack a corporation, but easy to hide, all of us are vulnerable.
You have a prepaid call. You're not charged for this call. This call is from Investigator, a federal prison.
Call Jeremy Hammond, a legendary anonymous hacker. Hammond is serving a 10-year prison sentence for hacking a private intelligence firm.
Jeremy, how you doing? Ben.
You can't finish this song? You gotta go. Okay, are you gonna call back? Okay, all right, thanks for that. Good luck.
Greetings, citizens of the world, hello. Congress of the United States, hello. Leaders of Scientology.
Anonymous. It's a brand, a meme, and a movement.
We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
For almost a decade, you've hacked into corporations, stolen private information, and shut down websites. Their signature is instantly recognizable. Guy Fawkes mask movie that, which is based on the graphic novel series in the same name. The real Guy Fawkes was executed in 1606, conspired to kill the king who ruled the British Parliament. I want to talk with Gabriella Coleman, an anthropologist who wrote the definitive book on Anonymous. Full disclosure, she's also a consultant on the show.
They're ghostly, they're spectral, they're mysterious, they're controversial, they're radical. It's a protest movement. It's not about long-term structural change. It's about getting people excited for activism, which is incredibly important. And then I think their both kind of constructive contribution has to do with the leaking of information.
But that's not how Anonymous started out. Back in the early 2000s, a group of trolls banded together on the web forum called bullshit to innovate the default ID that they use to post. Anonymous.
Anonymous was never meant to become an activist phenomenon. Today, it's identified with politics and activism, but its roots are in the offensive, sometimes terrifying, sometimes humorous world of internet trolling.
Trolling is a timeline of practice online based on this found in these targets. It started with a video featuring the whole enthusiastic. The Church of Scientology was trying to track apparently leaked by a church insider off the internet.
And the Church of Scientology threatened all sorts of publishers like Gawker with lawsuits to again take down the video. And it was at this moment that Anonymous decided to target the Church of Scientology with one of the polling campaigns. And in this case, it was, I like to refer to it as the watershed polling campaign that Anonymous engaged in. They kind of called Scientology scientific hotline. They sent hundreds of pizzas to churches across North America. They sent black faxes to all churches.
Then, Anonymous and Scientology websites what's called the History of Denial Service, or DDoS. A DDoS attack floods a website with so much traffic that it crashes. When the attack stops, the site can come back up without any permanent damage.
And during the course of that campaign, that they also then started to debate whether they should kind of earnestly protest the Church of Scientology, not for the sake of soul, but for the kind of sake of their activism.
For the first time, Anonymous is considering legal political action. And then came the fifth step. The collective called for a worldwide street protest against Scientology, and thousands actually showed up. Anonymous is meant to take off with justice good. They morphed an anti-copyright movement with massive campaigns during WikiLeaks to expand Julian Assange. In November 2010, WikiLeaks began publishing a trove of leaked diplomatic cables, classified dispatches between American embassies and the State Department. Visa, MasterCard, PayPal stopped processing donations to WikiLeaks. Anonymous struck back, what they called Operation.
That operation was, and I still think it is, the largest protest DDoS that the internet has ever seen. We had over 7,000 people split up on the chat channel where activity was organized. It was monumental DDoS, multi-day against Visa, PayPal, MasterCard.
Off that, Anonymous on the world stage, and for the FBI radar. As the Bureau of official in cybercrime, Sean Henry watched Anonymous rise. He retired in 2012.
I would like to first. Anonymous, is the very name. Who is it that was trying to where is it? Who is it? This is a route that's been widely dispersed around the country. It's been pretty good about keeping themselves off the grid as individuals. What about what they actually do? What is this like that you talk about? Is that really all that bad? It's a treatment from new family social programs. And that is people taking advantage of their technical skills to object in a loud sort of way. To social and political.
Maybe I can try the Lorac Foundation when I get back.
That activity is illegal under our USA law.
Because I'm gonna have to keep posting on here until they catch, they aren't doing it anymore. So at Kohl's, the Lorac Foundation is made for a couple of them are, they're made to take pictures. But that one was like movie stars and stuff. Movie stars use the foundation. It just makes up black better, gets messy water, I said that. You look old. I don't know, I didn't look that old, and then like, I am old. That's why I look that old. Well, that's you because you're so flipping weird. Apparently you're actually still out in the wild. I think you just want to arrest you. I'm sure you say have such ridiculous things that people want to arrest you like that all the time. You sure do here. Wherever you are other than this, like, you know, and all that is that implies malice, all of you. And because if you can stop with this, yeah, in Matlock and stuff, but from actual cases, the insanity of defense doesn't like apply that much. No, neither does the restored to competency.
Some of the people I met.
And this could be why. It was different. I said that. They didn't have the, people have been watching it for like years. It didn't have the in progress, like it didn't have the ability to touch it. Could slightly. No. Is this gonna be something about touching yourself again? Because it usually goes. There's no such thing as zero goes. It's always the topic out of that thing, which is all I say. All I said. Yeah, and it's the same man from Carroll County, Arkansas that followed me. I'm positive because they report to me.
So if I want to be able to publish the government data that everyone should know, then I thought.
The Sultan Anonymous was interested in politics more than laws. Internet slang for clear. And Wolsek is a small break of the anonymous members. Just wanted some laws at the system's expense.
Because nobody works, and nothing more dangerous than more hunger. Because those make themselves not more very quickly.
Your mortgage are helping both anonymous and Wolsek.
Might as well, but yeah, 2 bags is kind of a lot. You know, the small bag though, you just get one. Yeah, but 2 bags is like a lot.
So, they even say, most of the people are all.
Well, it is.
So it's nice to all.
They're trying to get off the tobacco product. I know, but that lasts me forever. I'll just stick it in the freezer.
So,
Like I said, small bags are not actually that small.
So, Voltec method was sort of excluded. So we sort of based on who we
An
can
8?
and, you know, operations are being impacted. There's
It's really strong.
operation 48 weeks.
People who respect and
I have to look at it. I haven't bought it yet. That might be something else.
all of the 80s and 60s. In December 2011, Wolsek went on the hacking site. He emails the website to the CIA in a sense, at an FBI association called Disregard. publicly put a story on PBS NewsHour's site. We also redirected UK News.
God, just so you know, I'm so grumpy, just to be able to lay down to sleep. Yeah, all the way to sleep.
I mean, Senegal Golf was kind of simplest.
Scratchy too. I'm surprised anybody else is alive. You're alive. Yeah.
In many cases, people think it was this. Because of the two sections, for example, the sun.
You have to get this dude away from children.
Example, where they were happy to see swims. So on top of that, it was, you know, a lot of people go on the hike. Was not simply plastic. Yeah, they're asking why that's happening. Yeah, it's sort of like justice one.
Both Volsac and Anonymous need servers organized online. And since corporate servers have just shut it down, the criminal police, the collective built its own network. That's where Chris Weatherhead came in. He helped establish Anonymous, the collective's main network of chat rooms.
Can you grab the server of Anonymous if you're operating?
Yes, so the computer operation. You want to get the operation thing back. The operation thing this time. Something else, operation, and therefore, you are essentially replacing the main trust.
Trust was important since all this was illegal and keep us on. In 2011, law enforcement around the world located and arrested several members of Volsac and Anonymous, putting death charges for their high-profile hacks.
So the experiment perhaps was a higher class experience, they're trying to get the whole unique treatment, I guess you could call it, essentially, the whole, you know, not the people that are really likely. Or that, you know, either the delete.
No, we can't do that. The only way we so it's young to the prison, we got to find this and find ones in the laws. It will not cost. Anonymous is on hold. That is, will see the arrest in 2011 and 2012. But the remnants of collected was more shocking than many of the arrests were impossible and informed. Edward Xavier Monsegur, a resident of Savage, the representative of Anonymous in West. Many considered him friends.
Sabu was such an interesting character. He was really well Anonymous. He was very charismatic. His personality online was larger than life. It was why he's so effective as an informant. Some of his peers and colleagues described him as legend.
Why?
Sabu was put in a difficult situation when the FBI showed up at his house. They basically said, "Look, work for us, or we will take your hostages." He took the deal that was given to him.
Hey, I'm so happy. I'm going to take tons of pictures of ducks because there's so many ducks in the pond out back. And my window I wake up in the morning overlooks the pond out back. It's like a marsh pond. It's really cool. Oh, there's going to be like, well, it's already been up so long. Why would you attack the site? Or, I mean, they do, but because they want to go away.
But why would you attack the, like, me taking pictures? I mean, there's nothing that exciting about my pictures. It's just I'm jogging and look at this interesting tree they have out here. That's actually a ponderosa pine.
All while working with the FBI. With the feds watching his every move, Savage used his hand into the hacker who found a way to distract him. Massive intelligence. And in an hack scrapbook, stealing thousands of credit card numbers and meeting emails. He repped the hack and now serving his English sentence in federal
I do about oral anyway, and then just also there's nothing, you know, I'm old. I'm not sure. I don't pay that. So, well, weed's legal. And I've been here for 10.5 years. I was already like smoking too much on the porch in Florida.
What do you think about that, Savage? Who was his role in all this?
You're a pedophile rapist, and you start stalking me. Yeah, I think I'm shouting that. I don't know why we're shouting either. You actually hit me with the thing, so I shouted at you. I've shouted at you before, but it's like, you know, it doesn't work. So then I go and call the police. I always say I'm like really in progress. They're the guys really talking. So you send the emails out to everybody. Yeah, and then when I call, everybody's gotten them because they can block outgoing mail. They can't block. Or they can block incoming mail, but they can't block outgoing mail. It just goes to the server automatically. And then if they put a hold on it slightly, but it doesn't work or something, or they try to, it still just goes out. But they can block incoming mail.
But no, they were more interested in talking to people, you know. Well, they couldn't stop. I mean, they're calling prevention. Instead, they thought, we're gonna try everything. I mean, no, they really were themselves. No, you know, the FBI themselves and so, more high order for the stop, we're using it to do that. I know that there are certain governments who have keen interest in not only infiltrating them, but flipping people inside an office and turning them against them. We're saying that civil government agencies around the world will try to find this normal. Which ones in particular? At this point, actually having meetings where people have actively talked about doing that, and not as a clear as an office. So in all this is essentially but what I do know is that it would be too dangerous for a guy like me to have
and then walk away, and I will never look back. But for some, walking away is an option. Despite the risks, honest DDoS actions and acts continue across the globe.
When you say people say no one sees plenty of, why not?
Why have to go to jail because identities are revealed? We took part in DDoS attacks on leading government websites, protesting an anti-terrorism bill in C-51. The legislation gives the government broader surveillance powers, sparking concerns about privacy issues.
You're gonna escalate your tax in Canada? You're gonna make me go out and next step? As a terrorist. Right. What's your chance of going to jail? What would when you arrest someone, that means awakening, at least in the movies. It makes them more dedicated and compassionate and more angry. You can go back and say,
Therefore, what we're situation now, very likely.
I think that's what's for you.
Be dead in person, which is what, like, is of the greatest concern. I guess. The whole thing is of the greatest concern. That's of concern that you keep anybody or a cat or a child. This has been talked, I have no idea what that is. I don't think anybody knows. You have something to do with this idiot case of you that's very, very criminal out of Arkansas. That you forced to have a bunch of evidence in Washington.
Thanks a lot, I really appreciate you taking time to talk to us. The national security agency is one of the world's largest intelligence agencies. Headquartered in Southern Maryland, the NSA's mandate is to collect foreign intelligence. After 9/11, people authorized the NSA to collect the news, including the communications to and from foreign targets.
Good morning. This is a highly classified program that is crucial to our national security.
This program shot an NSA senior executive named Thomas Drake. Drake is a decorated veteran who lists on NSA's activities to the press. He barely escaped 35 years in jail after being charged under the Espionage Act, a law first written in 1917.
The NAPSTR agency is most important in all this. It was formed in 1952. People realize it was not formed by an act of Congress. It was literally signed into existence by the stroke of a secret presidential pen. In fact, the joke was it was no such agency would never say anything. You never even reference Here's where you have culture and secret meeting itself, realizing it failed, the kid it didn't fail. It has not prevented the next bar. Now, NSA is literally unleashed. It's unleashed on an extraordinary scale, a scale we have never seen in U.S. history or the world. All means necessary to confront the threat. Who cares about the Constitution? He cares about law. He cares about the rights of U.S. persons. Hey, he's done nothing wrong, he can vote it. Then it shouldn't happen. And the manager was just yesterday, left it all. Left it all. So you can
Brings by another NSA worker, 71.
The Guardian newspapers revealed the name of their source.
In 2013, Edward Snowden moved tens of thousands of classified NSA documents. The first to get published was a secret court order forcing Verizon over to call back millions of U.S. customers. The next big leak was a PowerPoint presentation about a program called PRISM. The NSA boasted that PRISM could provide access to emails, video chats, and more from some of the world's biggest tech companies. The media was obsessed with Snowden and leaks. A few people noticed information hidden in the documents about a top secret NSA unit called TAO, or Field Access Operations, until the German magazine Der Spiegel revealed more about it than ever before. Jürg Schindler is the magazine's award-winning national security reporter.
Yeah, you can call them highly skilled plumbers of the NSA, who are able to get to every sort of like, what they are doing is getting that level.
So the special forces.
Yeah, special kind of force, and the NSA is a special force, but those are the highly skilled men who create certain kind of tools to infiltrate, manipulate, and sometimes every kind of digital device you might think of.
What's the relation between tailored access operations by the NSA and their mass surveillance?
I mean, to explain it easily, I would say that mass surveillance is like going to the ocean with a huge fishing net and to draw everything out of what you find. And what the tailored access operation is doing is like using a harpoon to find special targets, and the fishes, they really, so that might be the difference. So it's like going and extremely good at this.
The Snowden leaks revealed more about tailored access operations, but why still no? I wanted to talk to someone who knows the NSA from the inside, an Air Force veteran and former NSA exec named John Harbaugh.
Why that name, by the way? So root is just normal.
Group 9B, Chapter Defense Contracts, aims to hunt and pursue adversaries inside of our tech.
This is where we do all of our hunt operations, what we call it, for our clients. What needs to show me is what the operator sees while they're doing the op, right? So the windows of time where they're actually acting inside the client's network, pursuing the adversary. This is really driven by does it look like this? Is it going to be this better?
I would say something like a super lean cyber operation.
Yeah, so basically what that's about is what we're trying to recreate. So my time inside of the order, I had the pleasure of working with the Aspen runners. That team is on the way, challenging problems. So, you know, there is moments of that space, right? If you're in cyber and you do all cyber, then you're doing all of those kinds of things. And so the philosophy coming and saying, we have a significant national you guys to be able to do this next step. And then I'll take that space and say, hey guys, in 5 minutes, I would give them what we call the op order, and this is what we achieve, and we achieve in the next 12, 24, 48 hours. And I can walk away, and I did that, and then I came back. No matter what time of day, how long they're working on the day, and it's that kind of teamwork that really truly, that's very similar thing to football. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, we did say that.
Look at something like TAO, the NSA has to hire high skilled hackers. So how does it happen? Find out, I asked Chris Segoya. Privacy activist with the American Center for Consumption.
Who are they? Where the NSA recruited? The government office. More for them. Particularly, after Snowden and after, Chelsea Manning, they want people who they know are going to play by the rules, not easily be blackmailed. So I think NSA tries to recruit Western writers from computer science programs around the country, in particular, security programs like Carnegie Mellon that have probably the most sophisticated offensive cybersecurity programs in academia in the United States, and their students are heavily recruited both by NSA but also by Silicon Valley. They're unique position. They're unique position. People most of the NSA has it. They can't get the same thing. Right? They're not going to be as involved with movies and massages and whatnot. Sort of perks of life that Google and Facebook have. When they have something that doesn't what they have is in the online environments. Right? In the same way that if you want to like propel healthcare system ahead, you go to such forces. If you want to hack into systems lawfully, you got to gain the talent of the government. In many other walks of life, you would be a criminal, you would be a stalker, you would be a bad person. But when you go to NSA, suddenly you get to wrap yourself in the mind with human country.
If you don't believe we do things no one else can, so where did it happen? Why? Not much is known about who terror access operations has. The Snowden leaks revealed one major target, Osama bin Laden. CIA acted the mobile phones of Al-Qaeda operatives in the hunt for bin Laden, as reported by the Washington Post. Unit's work also led to capture 40 insurgents in Afghanistan. Ryan Gallagher is an investigative reporter at The Intercept, where he has covered the role of surveillance and ongoing war on terror. How did CIA and how does CIA get into the war on terror?
Well, this is very important. I mean, people don't necessarily think of surveillance even as being integral to what you might be saying in your brain. It's absolutely right. What the access strategy is because it's a skill actually, taking into assessment, we're not really working that it's hard people do a research for, you scale there and project. They're very important actually tracking down people who are then subsequently killed or captured and has to be probably rendered through the black sites program that is going on in the administration. So they're very entwined with these physical kind of connected, we call it operations.
So they basically the command on Afghanistan?
Yeah, it's going to be similar, but essentially these guys are just sort of people, you did do that sort of commando type role, facilitating military operations on the ground by hacking into targets where actually directly able to track people who are then so what we do is it's like we are on the real command will make sure
Spy devices installed in mobile phones or other hardware. Implants are just some of the tools that appear on these documents from the AND catalog, which lets other spy units at their disposal. Security researchers Michael Lawson and Joseph Patrick and Hugh Pierce decided to build some of these spy tools themselves.
The media saw it and put on this thing is magic. And all of us looked at it and stuff, yeah, I would do that, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Sherman created a graphics card that was running on the computer's active memory. And Dean rigged the phone so it picks up.
Should I turn it off and turn it back on?
Mike.
No, they're real active, so you should leave it on. Okay.
To reflect information by 3 hours.
Cookies anyway. I don't have any food. There's no marijuana in the house. It's just legal here and I've been out here for 2 hours.
I came on my laptop to recover information that's going over the data. And what I get is a video screening from the target computer system. And this is an example of something where an implant is required.
Getting implanted with this hardware, like a video cable, requires physical access. A
But planting bugs into terrorist cell phones isn't the only thing TAO does. Some of their activities jeopardize internet security violations. One study shows how TAO found vulnerability in software bug in Mozilla Firefox. TAO used the bug to try to identify some users also running anonymizing software called Tor. Not only did TAO need to be able to monitor and hijack internet traffic to pull off its attack, but hundreds of millions of Firefox users were left vulnerable to the software bug, which has since been patched.
Out there, for every stop, it's here to take off. Our strawberry cheesecake swirl fun cake is back, now in every size. Press white cake with cheesecake filling and real strawberry glazed swirl throughout, finished with Grand Drizzle and our signature cream cheese frosting. Bring the joy, nothing like this.
This is no time for unexpected surprises. It's time to get clear. Yes, plumbing experts are there to quickly identify stubborn clogs and get your drains flowing smoothly. Go, we do things the right way, not the easy way.
Apply for a new place from any place, just a single click. Apartments.com, the place to find place.
Claudia? Claudia Buckner has helped expose TAO's activities. I met him in an old Stasi surveillance tower and still stands what used to be Soviet control of this program.
All of the activists from all collections that are legally in today, he's empowering some of the break-ins that deal with it. For example, they would task TAO to break into some core parts of the information infrastructure, the whole global backbone. You know, from an internet structure perspective, when you connect from Germany to Europe, you move through a number of hops, and you know that relay your message from to Hamburg and Frankfurt and back to Netherlands, wherever they are. If they will break into any of these points, and they're able to see you communicating with Google. When they're able to observe that, they're going to hijack it. So pretend like you're getting a response from Google, while instead you're getting a response from the NSA.
Kevin was sounds cheap. Claudia and I went inside to look for a scoping rig known as the Black Budget. The NSA spends more than $600 million a year for just the kind of offensive hacks TAO conducts.
Yeah, this is what it's very cool with that budget. And the trend that we see is that, again, the balance between how much is invested in breaking keys, how much is invested in protecting keys, it's amazing. Part of the mandate, right, intelligence services is to keep the country secure. At the same time, from a technological perspective, they're under security.
And like you said, you always do the exact same thing.
What's the broken for one, broken for all? So the question is it worth it to break something and keep it broken? Or catching one so you probably could catch otherwise?
Breaking into the internet or hacking the phones makes us all less secure. So TAO's hacking will be on that target. Find out more about TAO targets. I met with Robert Week. He's been out of the military for me. He's an Air Force cyber officer and also works for an intelligence agency. Wolfgang Berger denies.
Dad, you beat Dad. He just hits you in the back of the head with like a crowbar and then like rapes you as you die. But like sometimes it rapes and then rapes you after you're dead. That was cool. Ted Bundy's like a war man. That's a nice story. Well, he does. He like lays in wait, stalks women. Then he hits them really hard in the back of the head and then a whole bunch and then rapes them as like they're kind of dead. And then he rapes the corpse for a while. It's a goal.
I've seen these ones, but once you bring something into the intelligence community,
The errors are that.
files that are being stored.
You know, I read The Wolf Women and Emily Dickinson. When maybe they wrote it down for. Like, I read all the books. Everybody does too. How would you even see that? It's like, you and Steph were like treating like a play by play. It was, who the hell is reporting back to this break?
So I think we look at TAO as a
Yeah, they're freaks. There's too many freaks. No freaks. No freaks, no beauties. Oh, this guy is ridiculous.
TAO who.
No, it does.
That's targeted intelligence. I'm surprised that is bad, because actually enjoy that. They should say, hey, massive launch sucks, we need more targeted surveillance, we need more targeted. If you're gonna do intelligence, do the content you put resources into, have to think about, have to prioritize your own efforts. It's not gonna be something just that actually somebody else's communications. So who are TA's targets? I don't know who the targets are, or people do everything, but I would say that it would be asinine to assume that anything or national policy of interest isn't one of the targets, right? So if we say, if the president says global terrorism is something we're concerned with, well then they're not doing their job, they're really not doing their job. Anything the president picks up the morning and says, hey, this is important to me, anybody in the government who's not supporting his needs is not doing their job. So I would just offer you that, say, TAO has to be doing that stuff, or they're incompetent and they're wasting taxpayer money. So you can't roll this.
Well, I'm making a case for so-called targeted surveillance TAO conducts. But investigative reporter Ryan Gallagher disagrees. He says the problems with unit's methods aren't as targeted as they seem.
TAO is doing some of the most aggressive work that NSA does. The traditional eavesdropping, where the messianic phone calls by wiretapping the table, which we're talking passive surveillance, that's actually becoming almost secondary now to the active surveillance they call it hacking and hacking systems. And part of the reason for that is because increasingly networks and technologies are adopting encryption. And so they can't listen to it by just tapping the keel, because then if you can't read it or listen to it, it's just done. So from especially with this booming encryption, you're going to see more and more of these hacking attacks, to the point that there may come a stage in the future where it's described as a mass surveillance technique.
TAO's hacking skills, we need higher than ever before. And while the group goes after terrorists, that's not all they do. How does TAO decide who targets? And are they really legitimate threats? The elite unit is going after Al-Qaeda and Taliban fighters. The snowflakes also revealed the group hackers the president of Mexico's emails. And workers at a Belgian telecommunications company were spied on by the British, also who helped them TAO.
However, there's multiple things to think. One is what makes a given target. I'm not against it, as long as it's going to somehow agree with government. But you have no respect for service rules, right? So that means that it's why we use that. Their industries, their private companies, energy companies. So what at that point makes it using you have to recommend targets or effectively? We don't know.
One of the sort of documents that about the Axis group is one of the guys from within the unit is saying, look, we don't just do terrorism, we do everything. We do all operations, we're here to support any operations. I think it's one of the public misconceptions that the government is managed to build up around a lot of these revelations. So it's like, don't worry about it, you're only going after these extreme terrorist people who are, with sympathetic and all that. But that's kind of disingenuous, because it's not all just what you're doing, there's a lot more than that.
Ultimately, it seems TAO may be just one more tool in the NSA's mass surveillance arsenal.
What happened in mass surveillance was you sweep up essentially everybody. Everybody, by definition, becomes a target, which means there's no target. The problem is when you do this in secret, you protect your secret power. This usually doesn't end well in terms of history, it just doesn't. In 1984, it was extraordinary George Orwell. The only place he did, the only place he could go to, out of sight, was in the corner, because that's where the surveillance cameras couldn't reach, which meant what? They didn't reach. Remember, people forget, even in 1984, we didn't surveil. This is part of it. Here, Martin, can't be done for it. What's the word you cry out? You cry out.
The organizations we hacked from unit has helped capture terrorists. They've also targeted friendly nation states.
So who else are they going after? For now, Martinez's work remains shrouded in secrecy. But privacy activists, whistleblowers, and others are getting up on the fight to know more, to live surveillance free. I'm going to meet someone who means he's a victim of cyber mercenary surveillance. Nassim Khan is a journalist for ESAT, an Ethiopian news network. From this nondescript office, Nassim and his team can influence the country more than that email.
So one thing what ESAT is ESAT is very detailed and is because of the situation in Britain. And working for the people of Britain, we work for enforcement. So we are really not for the opposition. We are all journalists in exile. Yeah. I think for example, 100 humans have been played. Why getting oriented journalists? There's first and there's no freedom in the field. People working on media, they think that they are these deliveries and when they speak, I think it's not
The government has been consistently seeking out and Human Rights Watch for instances of targeting journalists for human rights.
Coalition members in Oromia and Southern Ethiopia are also intimidated, detained, and tortured for their involvement in politics.
In December 2013, ESAT employees were targeted with a series of malware attacks.
I got to be the law with the person and I and I said, and I got strong.
To find out who behind the attack and how they did it, I traveled to San Francisco to speak with Bill Marczak, Citizen Lab, a cyber surveillance watchdog. When he came across the ESAT files which they received, I thought Marczak would say, "These malware that infected his computer."
So what we did was we looked at the server which we tried to create to see if we could figure out any clues that was possible. And the reason why that's why I use the server is because it steals information off your computer and then you sort of send it to the attacker somewhere. And one of the things we noticed is that the server actually returned an result that said issued by H2FRL.
An SSL certificate is a digital certificate used to authenticate and create a secure link to a website
And it also contains the description, RCS certification and RCS reacting to remote control, which is a product of the Italian government hacked.
Based in Italy, Paxton is branded itself a global supplier of spyware. Look at like this, featuring a shade black hat hacker to hawk their tools and support services.
Rely on us.
But they're not the only game in town. Companies like FinFisher, Cyberbit, and Control also sell surveillance software. Their spyware can surveil cell phones, monitor your computer's camera and microphones, and steal emails, passwords, contacts, and files.
I don't know if I should turn it off. So I just have like some privacy. Except there are some in progress. I don't think I'm supposed to. Try to suck it up like you're at work. I am sucking it up. You're not at work 24/7 like dealing with Ted Bundy's schizophrenic bar. They can verify this out at work. And you go for 6 to 8 hours and it's not like this. And you go home and you go to sleep and you sleep laying down.
So the issue is the way that this and immediately hacking condition allows monitoring the command and control server, which is
What am I doing wrong? Opening pineapple?
And then the hacks came back. The hacks came back, yes. In 2014, there were several instances where,
Sorry, do this now, kitchen.
emails containing who was trying. When we traced, this subscriber, the end, it was a Trinidad that's registered for establishment, which provides services across all of Africa and Middle East and Southeast Europe. We queried this range of IP addresses, and we found that one of them had identified itself as INSA PC. I was like, okay, Google, what is INSA? And the first cat was Ethiopian Information Network Security Administration, government of Ethiopia. I was like, okay, this is good.
This is why companies give the government on smartphones. Inspire the user to fly by hacking point. We're going to really explain the picture of System Labs director on
Huge market for surveillance technologies. If we found that that market extends to some of those most notorious like autocratic regimes and human rights abuse countries, and that's a problem from a human rights perspective. Surveillance in and of itself is not bad. It is
Boy, unfocused for me. I'm okay. Since we're gonna have to leave it on. And then just in general as to what you do. Stop stalking my body and me and stuff. It's unbelievable. I don't want you doing that. Reporting him, don't do this, I can. I need an apron, that's why I give her an apron. I had an apron and I killed it, which I know, I'm just joking.
Person here in the U.S. For a year long. The Ethiopian government practically on that person is also an organization that's actively trying to control the government. That's what they wanted to surveil. So, it's legitimate to say there's nothing to suspended. There was the Ethiopian. There's some pretty powerful. Well, they allow surveillance of activity in the digital space, with everything encrypted hand-to-hand, phone calls, and internet communications, email messages. The only way an investigator can actually tell what somebody is doing in that digital space is by accessing those tools, either whether they're legal or activity, have to plug in with on the device itself. So this software allows observation of that activity on the device. So these legitimate tools, I think they're legitimate tools. I think they're really necessary. This is not about, listening on your cell phone conversation. This is about surveilling the activities of somebody who's even thinking about breaking all of his active rights.
Although we have no direct evidence, Netstate believes that the data gathered by the Ethiopian government through hacking into software had devastating consequences for its colleagues.
Did any of the people that you were contacting for the jail? Yeah. They won't follow hacking the scheme malware essentially help.
Federal privacy experience overseeing rights.
I don't think Not embarrassed for that. I think it's important.
None of your business, you filthy bastard.
Yeah,
Sorting paper.
hackers. And they wondered why hackers in the country that said, it doesn't take a global affairs team to know that they violated some really big human rights. Well, they're not suggesting the appropriate technologies for skills, for example, that people allow to sell them or for the evening. But that means it's possible for what happened with all of these schools and science teams
Just gonna comment on the absinthe candle. This came from Walgreens in Florida. Copal, that's copal in it.
It's not unreasonable.
The nature, this has the Black Cat, which I think was good luck. The Detroit Motor City Candles or something. We do candles, they changed our name. You always see them at our Wiccan stores. They work for good luck. Well, I finally burned the Black Cat one that I had, and it was just like at a job. You're already working on it, but they're something expensive. Perfect. I got the new house. The house sold, and I switched houses. Just did something safer. Yeah, that was sensible. Or it just got resolved well. I think they're kind of good luck. This didn't burn it. There's many Jake candles. This came from Walgreens in Florida, so it's like nice and clean. Yeah, I keep the dust out. Good for the copal too. That smells good. The Nature's Grocery next to my Walgreens here. I walked to. I'm in pictures. Yeah, but I went to the Walgreens in Florida too. It's nice in there. So cool Walgreens in Florida is. I don't know, it's okay. Probably. I like Walgreens. It's been around forever. It's not for it. You go to a soda shop or something, yeah. Quality's good. What's this stuff? Absent. I buy it when I'm ordering alcohol. For some reason, I get it, which I've done like 3 times in the last 15 years. But I get like 2 bottles of French absinthe if I'm doing that for a reason. There's specialty alcohol online.
Cool. I don't really see my happy edition.
That's a lot. In 13 years? Not really. Since I'm buying some kind of Christmas whiskey or something, and then I buy some for myself. There was a deal. There's a wine club on there. But I just like it'll be a better deal, and there's something I want.
I imagine I'm not all that different from happy human.
Good. That's why I do it. The French absinthe that I had the bottles of. There was a coupon or something. There was free shipping. It's like a wine.
Clear evidence being used mostly for comic book villain level evil. And all of the fishermen and packaging customers were targets of spying within a big.
My parents did it. Sometimes about the same.
Ethiopia. It's all investigative journalists, dissidents, political opposition.
That's true.
Not real crime, but threats to those in power.
While Atkinson was selling spyware to law enforcement agencies tasked with catching criminals, he also sold to authoritarian regimes who use their wares to crack down on dissent.
Okay, with alcohol.
Other details revealed through the Atkinson data dump.
I drink in Las Vegas. Even so, that's what you drink. That's healthy. Margaritas. made
Security firm NetroGuard was singled out for some.
not very much actually.
That is,
Kind of.
discovered security flaw in software.
But hard liquor that I had. Bacardi for mojitos, tequila for margaritas in the summer,
Why can be used to test and improve a company's network
or
security?
tequila in the summer.
0 days
Vanilla
ago,
vodka.
inject more software into the computer.
A piece of technology that I created, brokered with it.
That's correct. 3 bottles of Smirnoff Tamarind.
Potentially fund these renovations with a tool to make that and let them raise.
Somebody, peanut butter whiskey,
Pageville Visitels admitted to selling
Crown Royale and Blackberry and apple.
I think
2 bottles of the apple.
Should be your responsibility to make sure that.
But the apple one is smaller than the big one. Yeah, because they were like really on sale. It's about that. Oh, it's cute. 2 bottles of that. That's why I have 2 bags from him. I have a big bag of Blackberry.
This uses your baby.
They're on sale.
I mean, if I sell, Nike, and I sell shoes to some guy, and he runs down and makes one.
That's like almost it.
What about a drinker shop?
No, there's been more drinking than that, but I mean, I probably let something else in drinking.
Microsoft, I can look at that, right? The ethics of it and the responsibility.
It's your grandma drinks.
After.
Grandma drinks? Maybe, somebody's doing hot, so let's figure out.
Angels of World Dilemma seemed hard to avoid in the gray market, where 0 days are bought and sold. A market fueled by booming cyber
Irish grandma.
So I went to London to meet Edna Manovic, a cyber surveillance researcher at Alliance International.
So good. Blackberry whiskey.
Yeah, and just, probably for most.
Hey, it's fine.
Foreign policy and so on. Right, how that, yeah, exactly.
I think, in the absinthe. Yeah, I had a bottle of that here and I had a bottle of that in Florida.
What you put in the honest market is.
The French absinthe's nice.
And,
How did I get here? The one was like all packaged up and still not wrapped, so I sent it in the luggage anything.
to this company, you're selling this.
Florida.
You want to be able to control who you're selling that to. I don't know when that was for sales.
Oh, this oleanders, oleanders are like bright.
Extend it.
It's a good color, and try to look like a nice look.
Two other people are used for a few nice pieces. They give a slot line.
If I had them and I can drive down to Boca. Now that I have a car, I can actually sightsee and go places and drive. It's gonna be so much fun because actually just as far as driving, that's actually a nice place to drive. It's pretty and there's not like traffic at all. But it's pretty. There's Spanish moss everywhere. Gainesville. Yeah, they have magnolias. Go to Atlanta and like that northern Florida, like northern southern Florida is pretty. So that's the stuff that's there. Maybe. There's a lot of like, it's kind of rural. I could actually probably find a place to horseback ride. It's known as like the horse region area. There's a polo club, but I think it's like I'm not sure I know, you could right there. Take horseback riding lessons.
There's certain conditions that tend to favor arms races, and if you look at the environmental conditions.
You could buy like a horse, part of a horse, you buy a time shuttle horse. Buy the horse that you want, I have no idea. You buy a horse and afford the horse.
Yeah. You don't want to wait behind the idea.
Buy the horse that you want. There's probably places to ride horses.
Mauricio Chavez is a member of the European Parliament for Holland. She's been leading the charge to include spyware.
There's tennis and golf.
Do you think the vendors are responsible for making sale?
Well, this is being, helped in making the right assessment.
You see all the pretty horses and like the foals and stuff in the springtime, my mom was up
That is the most clear.
driving.
That our laws are outdated, desperately outdated, to make sure that they're, so.
There's beaches and we visit grandma's house in Homosassa,
Bringing unregulated market from.
all over the area.
Does it really regulate police computer code?
I'll take pictures and post them. Birds of Florida. That's gonna be right away because right out the big window is the pond, and there were so many birds there. We can go take pictures at the Sharon Rose Wildlife Nature Preserve in the villages. Same thing. There's lily pads everywhere, and there are tons of birds. I mean, it's ridiculous. So many old ducks. They're really cute, and they run around the lily pads, and they're quite exotic looking. And there were lots of birds in the marsh.
Which regulates the export of both
Sandbags.
conventional as well as technology that can use the zones. It's been signed by 41 countries. In 2013, network surveillance and intrusion software was added to its list of restricted items.
I think that today will help to destroy the security.
Adriel is one of the many security researchers critical of the arrangement.
If you take a company that operates in multiple countries, that company might suffer breach, and you might have a piece of technology here, it's not regulated because of that capability. With lots of things, you can't just send information over a division. You have to go with a license in order to do something like that, and actually give anything they want. So that's fast response. I believe it's a good question. But I believe it was written by politicians and people who didn't really understand the nature of zero similar. They didn't understand how gray the boundaries are.
Despite gray boundaries, Hacking Team claims to be in full compliance with the Boston arrangement. But in the wake of the leak, the Italian government revoked Hacking Team's global license. They now have to apply for an individual license every time they want to export their software inside Europe. A sign that times may be changing for spyware manufacturers.
Hey, I'm Joe Daly, Democrat for State Treasurer, filming this ad on my phone.
Because there's all of us that money. Alright, let me put that.
Thanks, Karina. As your treasurer, I'll be just as careful with your tax dollars. So we get better schools, lower costs, and a lot more jobs.
Tell us what the money does.
Yeah, did you know Nevada's holding
This guy has me out like all day and night. I mean, could you please get this crazy man? At 2 o'clock in the morning, he's not allowed to do this to me. I could try a bottle of I think my son's sauce. I could try a bottle of American accent. I have before. I just buy that there. That was on clearance, so I bought it. But it's new, so it smells good. It smells like wine. The sacrifice. The couple is the sacrifice. The Nature's Grocery has it. I was just smelling it the other day. It smells good. It smells like frankincense. It's citrusy. Tiny. Oh, that's fun. It's on Amazon. I remember when the sky was blue, when my story hadn't yet been told. There was a fire in my chest so bright, now it flickers in the night. I was stronger than I ever knew, but the world was tearing me in two. Now I'm searching for a piece of truth in the wreckage of my youth. Every tear is a river I can't cross. Every dream feels like a total loss. I'm reaching out into the unknown, but I feel so alone. I need was the world keep pulling me under. Why me? Why does it feel like I'm losing I give my heart, I give my soul. Now I'm standing here with nothing to hold. Why me? Maybe I'm the storm I fear. Maybe I'm the reason I'm here. Maybe all the pain I feel is something time will heal. Right now I'm breaking down, lost and never to be found. In the silence of my screams, I still ask, there's a reason we see, there's a purpose set me free. On my knees I can't pretend. Is this the start or just the end? Why me? Why me? I woke up in the silence of a broken dream. Shadows on the ceiling staring back at me. Every breath I take feels like a borrowed life. Every tear I cry, I don't know why. The mirror shows a stranger I don't recognize. Kissing my reflection, truth I try to hide. I hear the echoes of a distant scream.
Within the apps that direct them, they're just numbers. Thousands of them navigate our streets to deliver food, but usually their stories go untold.
I will really will talk in front of this camera.
Welcome back to the channel Lift On.
Soho Interior Design. Your home is a timeless, rich, artistic loft. If we had to describe Soho in one sentence, we would say this: It is a style built on strong architecture, rich materials, collected art, and a feeling that the room has been lived with, not staged in one day. It carries weight and presence, without trying to impress in an obvious way. Everything feels intentional, but never forced. It is not plain, and it is not overly modern. Clean lines alone are not enough here, and perfection is not the goal. What matters is depth, context, and a sense that the space has evolved over time. Soho interiors are layered, expensive looking, and artistic, but also personal. You see patterns, texture, and bold elements, yet they are balanced carefully so the room still feels calm. It is this mix of richness and control that creates an unmistakable atmosphere. Stay with us until the end, because we will show you how to create your own Soho escape in a way that feels rich, balanced, and believable. Not just visually strong, but emotionally right.
Nobody even watching because you're wrong. Your emails, yeah. No, probably not. I should leave it up because the sound progress is always so
Before we jump in, please press like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss new videos. And if you'd like to support the channel, please use Super Thanks. Every bit of support means the world to us and helps us keep making great content for you. Where it comes from. Soho style began with large loft spaces in lower Manhattan, where industrial buildings were transformed into homes. These spaces kept their original character: tall ceilings, steel windows, brick, plaster, and wide open layouts. The architecture was not solid. It became the foundation of the style. At first, these interiors were quite raw and minimal, simply adapting the space for living. But over time, the atmosphere changed as creative people started to shape these lofts in a more personal way. The rooms began to feel less like converted buildings and more like expressive living environments. Artists, collectors, and design-focused owners introduced art, textiles, and objects that did not follow a strict system. Patterned fabrics, layered rugs, and unexpected furniture combinations started to appear. Nothing looked overly coordinated. Instead, everything felt selected gradually. This process created a very specific kind of richness. Not decorative richness, but a depth that comes from contrast, materials, and individuality. The interiors began to reflect taste, experience, and personal choices rather than trends. That is the key difference. Soho is not only about the architectural shell, but about how that structure is built and interpreted. It is the balance between strong, simple space and a layered, collective interior that gives Soho its identity. What do you get from it? If you build your space this way, the experience changes noticeably. When Soho style is done well, it gives a room instant depth and character. Every corner, every surface carries a sense of thought and intention, making the space feel alive and layered. The room doesn't just exist, it speaks. You get more visual interest than in most other interiors. Patterns, textures, and art interact in ways that draw the eye, creating moments of surprise without chaos. Each piece feels carefully chosen, even when it seems effortless. There is also emotional weight in the room. Solo spaces feel inhabited and created, as if they have stories to tell. They provide a sense of presence that makes anyone entering the room feel a connection to it immediately. At the same time, the style balances structure and freedom. Lines, volumes, and architectural elements anchor the space, while softer furnishings, layered rugs, and collected objects add warmth and unpredictability. It never feels stiff or overly controlled. Finally, Soho interiors feel personal without tipping into messiness. They can handle bold patterns, contrasting colors, and striking textures, but everything feels composed. The result is a space that is rich, expressive, and uniquely individual. Benefits of solo style. If you build your space this way, the experience changes noticeably. A stronger sense of personality. Soho rooms immediately tell a story about the people who live there. They do not feel generic or staged. Every object has been chosen over time, not just for decoration. The mix of furniture, textiles, and art reflects taste, confidence, and a point of view. Even subtle choices, like a patterned sofa or a sculptural side table, contribute to the personality of the space. In the end, the room feels lived in and unmistakably unique.
I'm gonna turn it off anyway, because you get what this guy does, and he just needs to be arrested, and you get where he is. So you need to get him into custody now already.